Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to our regular council meeting for today, Tuesday, July 23rd. I'll call the meeting to order, and at 9:35, we're a little bit late. Actually, 9:36. We're a little late because we had some technical difficulties, but we've got them fixed and we're ready to go. I'll confirm that we do have a quorum of council here and a municipal clerk is present. Next is item 2, territorial land acknowledgement. We respectively acknowledge the township of Alma-Calderwood is located on the Mississaugan-Ashaninbenk territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan-Ashaninbenk. The township of Alma-Calderwood respectively acknowledges that the Mississaugan Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain their responsibility to ensure their health and the integrity for generations to come. Approval of the agenda. That the agenda for the municipal planning / regular council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024 be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Next, we have disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Seeing none, that'll be recorded. And we're going to move over to the Land Division Committee of Adjustment meeting. And I'll call this meeting to order at 9:38 a.m. We'll get to recess first. Okay. Perfect. I'll read the motion to recess to a Land Division Committee of Council Committee of Adjustment meeting. That the Council of the Township of Alma-Calderwood, being a Land Division Committee or a Committee of Adjustment, move to the Land Division Committee of Adjustment meeting today on July 23rd, 2024 at 9:39 a.m. Can I get a mover in a second? Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Now we'll move on to this one. And this is the Committee of Adjustment Land Division Committee meeting. And I will confirm that we do have a quorum and the presence of our Secretary Treasurer for this meeting. And I'll call the meeting to order at 9:40 a.m. We'll have a territorial land acknowledgement again. We respectively acknowledge that the Township of Alma-Calderwood is located on the Mississaugan-Ashaninbenk territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan-Ashaninbenk. The Township of Alma-Calderwood respectively acknowledges that the Mississaugan Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. Item 3, that the agenda of the Committee of Adjustment / Land Division Committee meeting held on July 23rd, 2024 be approved. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Item 4, disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Seeing none, that will be recorded. And we have approval of the minutes. And the motion is to adopt the meeting minutes. That the minutes of the Committee of Adjustment / Land Division Committee meeting held on June 25th, 2024 be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? That motion is carried. Business arising from previous minutes? None. Consents? We have 2, 7.1 is a request for cancellation certificate for James Ranscombe, AH 282007. This is on plan number 2024-53, a request for cancellation certificate for James Ranscombe, AH 28200723 from July 2024. You want to take this, Treasurer?
Yes,
Please.
I will do that. Good morning to the chair and members of the committee and the public. James Ranscombe has requested a certificate of cancellation for application AH 28-2007. He owns both 1198 and 1206 Shelter Valley Road and intends to apply for a managed forest tax incentive program for those lands through the province. This program provides a property tax reduction for landowners who prepare and follow an approved managed forest plans. Lands classified as a managed forest are then taxed at 25% of the municipal residential property tax rate. The regular tax rate applies to portions of the property that are not within the managed forest, such as the house. To qualify, they need to have at least 4 hectares, which is 9.88 acres on a single property with one roll number. The lands at 1198 Shelter Valley Road were severed through application AH 28-2007. The retained lands located at 1206 Shelter Valley Road have 3.86 hectares, while the property at 1198 Shelter Valley have 3 hectares. When combined, the total area will be 6.86 hectares or 16.98 acres, which will qualify them for the managed forest tax incentive program. The owner's lawyer has provided parcels consolidated or has already consolidated the parcels through the registry office into one parcel. And in order to consolidate the roll numbers, MPAC requires confirmation of the certificate of cancellation. The property has recently been developed with a single detached dwelling and accessory buildings, and the development on the site encompass both properties. So as such, we are recommending approval of the certificate of cancellation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Do members of council have any questions? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. I just wondered what we're canceling, what the cancellation is. Is there any permits that are still there that are valid that won't be used? I think so, yeah. Is it on?
Go ahead and speak again.
Yeah, is that better?
Go on, you're gonna have to turn it up a little bit. Be anyways.
Okay.
You're the better.
Right.
Okay, so the effect of the cancellation certificate will delete the previous approved severance. So essentially the 2 lots will combine into one. So there's no impact on permits that I'm aware of at this point. They had been issued permits to build their house and accessory structures. The driveway goes across both properties, and the lawyer has already consolidated the 2 pieces into one on title in the parcel registry office. So the effect will give them the ability to make that application to receive the tax credit.
And will there be any future use for severances on that property after this?
They potentially could apply for a severance provided they meet all of the policy requirements of the day. If they were to do that, I would expect that they would want to make sure that they retain enough land area to meet the tax incentive program. But it looks like they have some land area. They hadn't asked me that question, and we haven't looked at other lot layouts as of today. But if they want to discuss that, we can have a look at it.
Just one more. So is there an impact financially for impact itself?
So like they provide the tax program to encourage protection of forested areas. So the result will be a slight reduction in the tax that would be collected on those lands because of the incentive. I don't know the exact numbers, but
Okay, thanks.
okay.
Any other questions or comments? Is Mr. Ranscombe here or someone representing him from the public?
Anybody online?
I'll read the motion. That a certificate of cancellation be issued by the committee in relation to consent AH 282007. Instrument number ND 30664 that pertains to a part lot 18 possession 1, Alderman, part 239 R11839, previous pin 511350241, Township of Allen. Can I get a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth, second by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to application for consent 7-2 for Carl and Beverly Bevan. AH 072024.
It wasn't just name tag.
Are you ready, Tracy?
Yes, thank you.
Before you wreck it?
Yeah, it was me. Apologies through the chair and to the committee. Oh, sure. Okay, is that better? Okay, through the chair and to the committee, the application for land division AH 07-2024 by Carl and Beverly Bevan, and their agent is Barry Serreris, to allow, it had previously been deferred at the past meeting to allow for further investigation into the provisions of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Act. The direction to investigate the provisions of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Act was a result of participation by a resident who questioned whether the act would permit new development. As a senior planner had noted, the severed parcel could be developed with a barn and dwelling. Section 7 of the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Act requires decisions made under the Planning Act to conform with the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan. It is the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Plan that sets out the land use designations for the plan area and provisions as for how the land is to be used and whether buildings and structures may be erected. Staff carefully reviewed the policies contained in the plan with the applicant and their agent prior to submission of their application. Section 32.2 clearly permits severances of 2 or more lots for agricultural uses where the lot size of the severed and retained lot is at least 100 acres, which in this case it is. The definition of agricultural uses includes uses associated with on-farm buildings and structures. If it were the intention of the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan to prevent building and structures on a 100-acre agricultural lot, there would be clear policy direction similar to what is provided by section 32.1 when considering severances for surplus farm dwellings. To address those types of severances where farmlands have been consolidated, there's clear policy that prohibits new residential dwellings on remnant farmlands. It does not restrict other types of farm buildings. That is not the case for severance where farm parcels are 100 acres. It is recommended that based on the above and on report PLN 2024-49, that the application be approved as previously recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To your end, local. Tracy, I'm just, when I hear on-farm building and structures, that would give, because of the significant size of the property, would that give the owner the ability to build a barn and a dwelling unit?
That's correct. I think like traditionally when policies permit agricultural uses, it is expected that the farmer would have a farmhouse. So that is the interpretation of the policy in this
Good.
case.
Thank you.
Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. It kind of got answered here with Deputy Mayor, but just to clarify what we're doing, just so we don't have any questions later on. So we're splitting the property and we're maybe in the future allowing building on it.
That's correct.
Because I think we'll be challenged on that later on. So just so we're clear. on
So
that.
the lot addition would effectively create 2 100-acre plus parcels of land.
Okay,
And I do not see a policy that would restrict the building on those parcels. In my experience, it's rare that somebody would have that much land area on the moraine to be able to meet that policy. I hadn't seen this scenario before in my 20+ years of working with the Oak Ridges Mooring Conservation Plan. So I don't expect that it's something that would be a common application.
okay, great.
Any other questions or comments? I'll read the resolution. That application AH072024 for Carl and Beverly Bevan. The agent is Barry Serreras to sever a parcel of land and for a lot addition in parts of lot 16 and 17. Part road allowance, comma, part 1 to 4, 39R9914. Concession 8 geographically in the township of Haldeman, now in the township of Alma-Haldeman, is hereby approved subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that a registered survey for the severed parcel be submitted to the township. Number 2, in addition to the survey, a geo-referenced DWG file of the survey be provided in a format satisfactory to the township and the Northumberland County. Number 3, that a draft transfer for the severed parcel be submitted to the township. Number 4, that the tax accountant for the subject property be paid up to date. Number 5, that the severed parcel be deemed as a lot addition to the recipient property and the applicant's lawyer submit an undertaking to register a consolidation on title, giving effect to the lot addition. And number 6, that the applicant lawyer submit a legal opinion verifying that the lot of addition lands will merge on the title with the recipient parcel under the planning act. Are there any members of the public that want to comment on this? Or the agent? Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Oh, is there anybody on the? There isn't, thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any further questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. And we're going to move on to 8.1. This is a minor variance application. The Township of Alma-Haldeman on behalf of Mark Hogg. And the minor variance number is 032024. Plan 2024/55, a minor variance application by the Township of Alma-Haldeman on behalf of Mark Hogg, MV 032024/23 July 2024. Tracy, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair and to the committee members. On February 24th, 2022, the Land Division Committee approved application AH01 2022 for the creation of a rural lot, which resulted in the subject property. Since the subject property is located on County Road 24, Northumberland County would not permit entrance for the lot onto County Road 24 due to sightline issues. To address this, the applicant requested permission from the Township of Haldeman to upgrade approximately 60 meters of dirt road extending north from County Road 24 to provide access and frontage to the severed lot. This request was approved by council on December 2nd, 2021. It had been assumed by staff through the approval of the consent application that the support of the opening of Drope Road, that the portion of Drope Road in question was a seasonally maintained township road allowance. Through the detailed design work, the property owner's engineer advised that the lands thought to be owned by the township are in fact split between the property owner and the owner of 12572 County Road 24. Staff recognized that by not correctly identifying the ownership of Drope Road lands when the development of the subject property was initially proposed, construction of the road and subsequently the proposed house on the approved lot has been delayed. In order to enable construction as soon as possible, staff proposed the minor variance to section 4.13.1 of zoning bylaw 19/2019. The proposed variance will permit the construction of a single detached dwelling on a lot without frontage on an improved public street. The conditions will secure for the forthcoming frontage and construction of the public street. The 9.49 hectare subject property is located on the north side of County Road 24 in the northeast area of the township. Most of the property has been cleared and have been actively farmed. Approximately 3 hectares in the north of the property remain forested. There is a single detached dwelling and livestock barns that house approximately 50 beef cattle on the lands to the east and the subject lands that had been severed, that this lot had been severed from. Surrounding uses are primarily agricultural with the exception of the property immediately across the road from the house. The dwelling at 12699 County Road 24 was severed from a 20 hectare agricultural property and rezoned in 2020, which means the property can only be used for a hobby farm. Livestock barns were identified at 12572 County Road 24, 12462 County Road 24, Glenron Road, and 12838 County Road 24. Most of the surrounding lands are under active agricultural cultivation. The proposal does conform to the growth plan, the provincial policy statement, and both the county and township official plan. MDS calculations were performed and there is sufficient room on the subject property for construction of the proposed dwelling. The county indicated that the road design requirements of both the township and the county will need to be secured for through development agreement prior to the issuance of a building permit on the property. The construction of Drope Road to a full municipal standard at the applicant owner's expense will provide a vehicle access point to the subject property. In accordance with the official plan, lot of Almut Haldeman lots have to have frontage on a year-round municipally maintained road. The applicant's previous request through the severance application to upgrade a portion of Drope Road to a full municipal standard enabled staff to support the severance in order for a driveway to be constructed onto Drope Road. The Planning Act and the township's official plan have 4 tests for evaluating minor variance applications, which are that the variance be minor, the variance be desirable and appropriate for the development or use of the land, that it maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, and that the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. Provided the conditions recommended for the proposal are included in the decision, they will secure for the lands needed for the construction of Drope Road. The agreement will require the posting of securities by the property owner to ensure the works are completed. This will provide for imminent frontage on a year-round municipally maintained road. In terms of the zoning bylaw, the property is zoned rural, RU, and the proposed variance seeks relief from section 4.13.1 of zoning bylaw 19/2019, which requires a lot which a building or structure is to be erected on fronts an improved public street that's maintained year-round. The proposed conditions requiring an engineering plan, development agreement, and transfer of lands makes the proposal similar to the permissions found in section 4.13.2. That provision affords registered plans of subdivision permits for buildings and structures on streets that have yet to be assumed. The application was circulated to a number of departments and agencies. The Public Works Department indicated they have no concerns, provided the condition requiring the development agreement and the transfer of the lands for Drope Road are required. Northumberland County Public Works reviewed the application and note that the property is located on County Road 24. In accordance with their entrance and setback policy, the vehicular entrance to the subject property must be provided off of Drope Road, a future township road. They have submitted a preliminary design by their engineer, and that design appears to be acceptable. The applicant will be required to conform to the setback policy requiring buildings to maintain a minimum setback of 30 meters from the center line of County Road 24. County Inspection Services and County Planning have no objection to the proposal, provided the applicant enters into the development agreement with the township, and the following condition is applied: that the owner submits engineering plans which illustrate a road design to the satisfaction of the County of Northumberland, and that the plan is referenced in the development agreement. Alderville First Nation had requested further details on the location of and the process for the construction of Drope Road. Additional details were provided by staff, and since the writing of the report, no further comments had been received. Lower Trent Conservation Authority and Kawartha Pine Ridge District School Board offered no objections to the approval of the application. No comments were received from the balance of the circulated agencies as of the writing of the report. Notice of the application was circulated to all registered owners within 60 meters of the subject property on July 2nd, and a sign was posted on the property the same day. No public comments have been received to date. The variance is required to permit the construction of a single detached dwelling while work on Drope Road is happening. It's needed to provide frontage and access to the lot while works are underway. In reviewing the application, the 4 tests of the minor variance have been considered, and it's been determined that the variance is minor. Provision for construction of Drope Road will be secured through the proposed conditions. The construction of the single detached dwelling will begin on an unopened road. However, the development agreement will secure for the ultimate assumption and frontage on an improved public street. The variance is desirable and appropriate for the land. The variance will facilitate the construction of a single detached dwelling on a lot previously approved by the Land Division Committee. The general intent of the township official plan has been maintained. The policies permit the proposed residential use provided it has frontage on an improved public street. The conditions will ensure that this requirement is met. The general intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The use is permitted in the rural zone. The variance is consistent with provisions afforded to lots within registered plans of subdivisions. The proposed variance maintains the intent of the official plan, the county's official plan, the zoning bylaw, and is consistent with the provincial policy statement and complies with the requirements of the growth plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Before we open it up, I'm going to read the resolution and then you'll have an opportunity to comment or ask questions. That applicant MV minor variance 032024 by the Township of Alma Calderman on behalf of Mark Hogg for a property legally described as part lot 23 concession 3 39R 14576 Township of Alma, now in the Township of Alma Calderman, be approved to permit construction of a single detached dwelling on a lot without frontage on an improved public street, conditionally upon that the owner submit an engineering plan which illustrates a road design to the satisfaction of the County of Northumberland and the Township of Alma Calderman, that a development agreement be entered into with the township and registered on the title of the property legally described as part lot 23 concession 3 39R 14576 for the construction of Drope Road, that the lands required for the construction of Drope Road and the turnaround be transferred to the township. Could I get a mover in a second? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth. Seconder. One second.
Been on the phone.
Does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, does he need to come forward?
Hi. I'm Mark Hogg. Yes, I do have some questions. I guess just, yeah, there has been confusion back and forth between Tracy, Dave, Travis, Sue. As I understand, I do own the road up to 24 along with Jim and Mary and George. You guys want me to take on the full responsibility to upgrade that road, which I would have to enter in with you guys. I guess my first question, isn't an unopened road allowance? Or is it my property? Do we know that for sure? Because the surveyor says that it's mine, but is that for sure?
Yes.
Okay. I have had it engineered on behalf of what you guys have told me, but then that was before it all came to light that I was the owner. So now I'm just not entirely sure. I did talk to Dave about it 6-7 weeks ago, and he had stated that potentially because I am the owner of that road with Jim and Mary and George, they own the other half of Drope Road, that it may not be, it may be on the township to pay for the upgrade because it's owned by me. Is that true? Would it need to be expropriated towards me, or what steps would it take to get it upgraded on, not on my behalf because I'm the owner? Are you guys trying to make me surrender that land to put this through?
Hey, Mark, thanks for being here today. So to be clear, what I identified was that we needed to research and understand the requirements for you to be able to attain a permit on the lot or the land to be able to build a home. The survey identified, which our legal team reviewed, which was shared with you, that the Drope Road allowance that exists is actually owned by you and also your neighbor.
Yes.
That information was also shared with Tracy. Where we went with that was to try to find a way for you to be able to build on the property because you don't own up to the county road. So this is where our planner, Tracy, is involved, and it is her purview to provide you with the information on what the township can and cannot do. That is why I use the term we would have to look into it and may. So with the information that came back from our legal team, we have been trying many different angles to try to assist you. And that is what has been explained. So I will turn it over to Tracy if you would like to clarify that again for Mark.
Right.
And the information that has been shared.
Yeah, so the need for the road is to service your lot. Whether that land had been owned by the township or by yourself, the need to have a road there was identified from the beginning when the initial land division application was approved, and that the responsibility for installing that road is upon the owner of the lot. So that, like, the variance was a solution, knowing that you've been working towards getting that agreement and the design in place. It will facilitate getting a permit sooner than waiting for the road to be fully constructed, which the zoning bylaw currently requires.
Does that mean that I have to surrender my land to you guys though, because we own that section of it and Jim and Marion would have to as well?
That's correct. So in order to comply with the zoning, the lot has to have frontage on an open road. With the land division application that was approved, there was a reserve provided to the county that removes frontage from that county road. So frontage has to be created through the construction and opening of a road, which would be Drope Road. And the development agreement would secure for the transfer of the lands and ultimately the road to the township to give you frontage on an open road.
Okay, it just does seem quite excessive considering it will be just a driveway. It really will not be a road anymore. Okay, it does seem unclear to me considering that it will just be a driveway. Like I have permission from Mary Ann just to upgrade, to do whatever I can to get a driveway in there, but you're stating it has to be roadworthy upgrade.
A road has to be installed. The driveway would then connect to that road. And we can set up a meeting, I think I mentioned, to discuss all the technicalities in more detail.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I guess.
You're welcome.
Couple of questions. Mary John? Thank you, Mark.
Right, I also have Mark's question, but my follow-up, having listened to Mark, because he identified my concerns very well and why I didn't want to second it. Have you had an opportunity to speak with the county on this particular issue of what kind of an entrance is needed from private land as opposed to, because the assumption was that that's a roadway, but it's not a roadway, so that changes everything.
Yeah, it's just a private, it's nothing right now. And it seems like they want it to be developed into a road. It's like, it's a driveway at the end of the day owned by me and the Georges. So this is extremely excessive for a driveway. Like there's driveways everywhere, thousands upon thousands. They don't have, they're not roads, they're driveways. And that's where my,
Yeah, I can't continue on because we didn't get a seconder, so there's no real sense in asking
Sorry.
the question because we haven't got a seconder. Yes, the public, you're gonna have to sit back, Mark, and get, ask the public if they want to make any questions or comments regarding this application. Yeah. Everything's discussed at all.
Make a motion to bring it on the floor.
Can I get I asked for a mover and a seconder to accept the recommendation of council, or pardon me, of staff. And I got a mover but not a seconder, so I will ask a different question. Would someone like to move and second bringing this on the floor?
I'll move to have it brought on the floor.
Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor?
Question. So is that going to allow council to speak on it too, or just the public? So as long as everybody can make a comment, okay, that's fine.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Mary Kaplan?
sorry, I think I made the point, but At any point, once there was a realization that this was private property, did anyone go back to the county and say, well, what is required for an entrance from private property at that location?
I did not do that. That is my fault. I just considered the township, because we've been talking back and forth, which the communication's relatively not very well.
Yeah.
So a lot of things were left lingering. No callbacks, no, and I just thought I would deal with this because I was told with the terms of agreement, there was just a lot of downfalls with it.
Right, and I think that assumption was made at the beginning and it's flowed from my reading of it, everything's flowed from that assumption that was incorrect.
Yeah, and for the past year and a half, I've just been in and out of it with the township, and here we are today, trying to really get ahead of it. But if contacting the county is the next step, then maybe I should contact them.
I didn't catch that. That's what you want to do?
Well, if it's gonna be a driveway off the county road, then perhaps that's the next step. If I own the land with the Georges, would it be a township thing now?
Thanks.
Through the chair. So the county has indicated that a driveway would not be permitted off of County Road 22 or
24, yeah.
24. The county staff, I do know, have had back and forth discussions with the engineer. They've been reviewing the design to make sure the design meets their requirements. I would expect through the engineers, if it was determined that a driveway on its own would be safe, that would have been something explored. I can follow up with the county, and perhaps in the meetings that we have, we can bring them in and have them explain the technical engineering requirements. So I'm not an expert in engineering to be able to speak to those requirements.
Okay, I have had it engineered. The drawings have been submitted, like you just said, so. If I were to just pay somebody myself, like with township, just not, I would have no terms of agreement. I could just take this on as a project as myself.
Mark, if I just back up a little bit with this. So the reason that you've been working with us in the township is because it would be easier to go about it this way, believe it or not. Because the county has said that they would not give a driveway access off of County Road 24, that's why it was easier for you to stay to work with the township.
Okay.
Given our requirements, that has what's been identified to you. If you wish to go back and make formal application with the county, then that's up to you.
Okay,
Just want that to be clear.
yes.
Okay.
So I have one question, I guess, for Tracy then. So back when we passed this in the land division thing, it was assumed that that was an unassumed road and it was owned by us. Now that we find out it's not, tell me what's the procedure if somebody came right now to you, Tracy, and had private property and wanted to open a road? Because it's not a road. It's said it's not a road, it's their property. So if I wanted, me and my neighbor wanted to open a road and have the township take it over, would we even entertain that?
Well, I can, sorry.
I've never seen that in the past. I've seen where unopened road allowances where we've told people for us to take it over, it has to come up to a certain standard. So this has changed now because we don't own the land. It's not, when people say Drope Road, it's not a road. It's a goat path right now between two properties.
Through the chair, to answer the question, can relate it similar to a subdivision where, you have a plan of subdivision and the lands they need to put roads in to access all of the lots. In order to create those roads, we enter into development agreements that lay out the terms and the requirements for the design and the items that need to be met in order for us to be able to assume the road. In order for Mark's lot to have frontage on an open road, it's a similar process where we're preparing a development agreement where it lays out the terms for the transfer of the lands in order for us to have an open road properly, in order to provide access to that lot. Through, uncovering this issue, there's we're identifying measures that can be taken in the future to avoid this situation. There needs to be better confirmation at the front of an application than to find out at the end of the application that there are lands that were assumed to be owned and are not in fact owned.
Okay, and then I guess my second concern is, like I said, in the past, we have agreed if it was on an unopened road allowance that these people would have to bring it up to a certain standard. Now you're saying this is a minor variance, so, which I sort of disagree, because my question, I guess, to you is, if Mark was given permission to build this, how is he going to build the house if the road's not there? Does he have to have the road up to a certain standard before he builds the house?
So through the chair, the conditions require for the design, it requires for the agreement and for the transfer of the land. In speaking with the CBO on another item, I believe safe access has to be provided. So the road works may need to be done to a certain point, like in the case of a subdivision that we were discussing recently. A level of granular A needed to be in place. We'll put the appropriate terms in the agreement in this situation. And I did speak to the fire chief about safe access and, what would happen if there's a fire. There is, it is on another road that is open, even though there's not a driveway there. There's ability to get to the site in an event of an emergency.
So that was my question then. So he would have to bring it up to a certain level before he could even go and start construction.
Potentially, I think we need to talk to the engineers. Like I did talk to the owner's engineer about, what would happen if they were working at the same time on the roadworks and on construction. And there are labor laws, and I did mention this to Mark, that he may need to schedule the work so that both groups of construction are not happening at the same time.
Because you were right, coming up later of the Roseneath subdivision, there's a quote in there from the deputy building official that says, building code requires that the road to be constructed to a point that will provide emergency access prior to the issuance of a building permit. So my question would be, if you allow him to start construction on there, if there's a fire or an ambulance has to go down there, how are they going to be able to go in there in a goat path? And then that means they're going to have to back up into 24. If they ever have to back up, there would be no turnaround or anything for them.
Mhm.
So that's where I say that's not a minor variance to me, that would, if we even go that far where they're building it, that's going to have to be done to a certain point before they even allow the building permit, according to what the deputy building official's saying. Okay.
Minor variance allows it to happen. If they don't do that, then they can't do anything at all.
I know, but that's why I disagree with to say it's a minor variance, because it's not a minor variance. We've never allowed this before. And I don't think it's a minor variance to allow somebody to start construction if the road's not done. That to me is not a minor variance. That doesn't fit my definition of a minor variance. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Mark, I feel your pain here today. We all want to build more houses in Ontario, but we keep throwing red tape in front of everybody. So, back in the day, I believe that the government put down a request for municipalities and owners to determine whether the unassumed road was municipal or ownership from the and if no one recognized that or did anything about it, that property became the townships. So I'm saying that unassumed road is ours. And I've tried to find it, but I can't find it. Maybe somebody in staff is a lot smarter than me that can find that. But and there's also that road's probably 100 years old or more than it's probably been used with horse and buggies at one time. So I'm saying it is an unassumed road, and I'm saying it's probably our road, regardless of what the survey says.
Could that be
You
found?
got right of way, you've got right of way issues. And I wish we could, if we could ever find that policy that came out from the province.
Go ahead.
I just, through your mayor logo to Mark, and I apologize, I was trying to find the length of this road. How long is the road gonna be, proposed road?
It's required to be 60 meters from the center line. That's what the engineers drawn
180
up as, yeah, 180.
Maybe more, I'm in the old school.
That definitely gets you into the property. There's no doubt that's a good enough distance without going excessive, considering it's a driveway at the end of it, right? So, you know, I've measured it multiple times. That is a sufficient distance.
Just to follow up as well, Mayor Logal. Sorry to put you on the spot, Tracy, but what would a minor variance encompass?
So the minor variance, provided the conditions are met, will,
I guess, sorry, Counselor Booth struggles with the word minor variance. So I'm just would like a Cook's tour or Cole's notes of what is the maximum, or what does a minor variance encompass? What can it encompass and what can't it? Is there a line in the sand? Oop, you've gone over the line. That's not a minor variance. I'm just wondering, what are the parameters, I guess, for a minor variance?
well, it can be, you know, a little bit subjective, like in my analysis, because subdivisions are given a similar a like a accommodation to what I'm proposing in my mind that meets what a minor variance is. So it's in looking at that provision and comparing to what we're proposing, it's similar in
Okay.
permissions. The conditions secure for a development agreement in the same manner as a subdivision would be afforded that same opportunity. So in my mind, that's similar. If there wasn't a similar provision in the zoning bylaw now, I probably wouldn't consider it minor. And if it's not considered minor, then it requires a zoning bylaw amendment. So if council decided that it wasn't minor and it's denied, we could look at doing a zoning bylaw amendment, but you're having to redo the same type of process over again.
And just one more, just so I have it in my mind, a minor variance, when you're doing roads and subdivisions, that's where, and you're comparing it sort of to this
Mhm.
application.
Correct.
Thank you.
I was just gonna read you the definition.
Oh,
For
thank
clarity.
you.
Tracy's explanation was great, but just for clarity. Minor variance is a minor variation from the requirements of the township zoning bylaw. Minor variance approval allows the property owner to obtain a building permit or use property in a specific way which does not comply with the provisions of the township zoning bylaw. It is the decision of council.
In a roundabout.
You got the legalese in there.
Like,
Yeah, through you, Mayor, just one more comment. You know, us as councillors need to think a little more about the power that we have to make decisions for our residents. And we need to make this decision and let our planner and the owner figure this thing out so he can get his building permit and get his road put in. And I still say that we own that road, and I'd like someone to see if they could find out whether what year that was. I want to say it could have been 20 years ago that came through. But that needs to be done.
haven't we done an investigation to see?
The engineer study said that there was.
Through the chair, we did have the lawyer look at it and got some advice on how to proceed. I haven't had the chance to do some digging, but there has been a number of cases where road allowances were sold to adjacent property owners, which may be the case in this scenario. The file records are a little hard to come by sometimes, in terms of history. So, It doesn't, from our look at it, it doesn't appear that we own it. And that was looked at by the lawyer as well.
But, you know, we can debate this, pardon me, not debate it, but hold it back to that, and then there'll be something else we can vote back on too. I don't think that's what Mark's after. I think he wants.
No, I don't. I agree, John.
And as far as the safety issue goes, and whether, as long as we're confident that the fire truck can get in there and a ambulance can get in there safely and pick up someone, can we not just go ahead and, have that done? And certainly have, the road, you know, brought up, put some gravel on it or something like that, so that it's not, as you call it, Councillor Booth, the goat path. But actually we can be confident that somebody can do that.
Yeah, and I would, if this were to be approved, I would definitely go the route, which I would hire a contractor, excavator company that would know the specifications for, you know, a vehicle to enter, emergency vehicle. I'm not gonna just go out there and weed eat it and pretend it's okay, right? I would obviously need for construction to happen. I never even thought about emergency vehicles. I'm thinking about construction vehicles. If they can't get in there, then obviously if they can get in, then emergency can, right? So that's where I'm at. It's like, that wasn't even my thought about emergency. It's about, how am I gonna get the process started with the, you know, so. That is why I said I would take the provisions to make sure it's worthy of larger vehicles.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody from the public have any questions or comments regarding this? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor Logal. I'm looking at the key map from the township. I want to show this. This is Drove Road up here. It's a short portion. This is the subject property way down here. There's hundreds and hundreds of acres between that. So how does Drove Road even come into play down here, and how is that called Drove Road? Unless that was something that was called Drove Road 100 years ago. I don't know, but it doesn't show that. So from my understanding, the biggest issue here is sight lines through that area on County Road 24. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So if the county were to permit a road, why wouldn't they permit a driveway in that area? Because if they go ahead and say, yes, they're going to do all this, and then the county says, no, you can't have a road because of the sight lines. I mean, has that been addressed?
Ms. Cole, we can't debate county at all because we have no purview there whatsoever.
So
We can
then
only, excuse me,
I
we can
understand.
only debate what's on the floor.
Okay,
And
and so,
that is to try to assist Mark, which is what the initial efforts were. And so we need to keep the debate to that.
correct. So if he were to do the entranceway there and had a big enough turnaround for emergency vehicles, does it have to be a full road? He'd still have to make it obviously built well enough to have accessible vehicles, to have vehicles accessible from an emergency perspective. But is it the turnaround? Because you don't want any vehicles obviously backing out onto County Road 24. Is that the major question here?
In my opinion, the major question here is that it has to be brought up to a public road, approved public road in order to get a building permit.
Then I question, does the township not have to purchase that part of land then to make it a road?
And no, we don't have to purchase it. Why would we have to purchase it?
Because it's private property.
No, I'm lying.
Oh, okay.
I could be way off.
I don't know. I don't
thought-
know. That's a question.
I thought the applicant was donating the road so we could actually build it.
That is definitely false. I'm not donating it. And then that's, in fact, that's why. I thought like through the talks of it, I'm just not donating because I want to get it down in my standards, but you guys say you want to take it over and assume it. I'm lost at words here, so what's going on? So,
Let me, if I may. Let's back up again. So to be extremely clear,
yes,
a municipality can give you a building permit on a piece of property that has road access.
yes,
The workaround for us to try to do this for you is to create a road that then can allow you access to your lot by way of working with the township. This is the explanation that's been given by our planner and the direction that has been recommended. Your other option is to go to the county and try to get county road access. You have two options and it's really that simple.
Yeah,
Now,
so
hold on, please. Let me address the emergency vehicle. So our establishing and regulating bylaw identifies that we can provide services where the land is passable. And that services may be hindered in the event that the terrain is unpassable. So it really doesn't come into play here. With respect to providing a construction road to allow construction vehicles to deliver the necessary materials, would obviously be able to sustain the weight of a emergency vehicle. However, the township's liability is protected by its ENR bylaw. So it doesn't come into play in this case.
You want to comment?
Yeah, through the chair, through development approvals where like the lot was proposed, it required frontage. It was clearly indicated that a road would need to be constructed. When in situations where development happens and we don't own the land for the road purpose, we can ask for it through development agreement. So it's the dedication of the road lands serve the development that has been proposed.
I guess maybe I just have to have a follow-up meeting about
Yeah.
this. Is that legitimate from here on out with Tracy to discuss? And we can go from there. And maybe I will contact the county and see if there is some sort of secondary opinion they can give on behalf of what's going on here as well, because I definitely do not want to surrender the land and then have to pay for the whole road standard upgrade, and then you guys have to assume it if I don't have to. If it can just be turned into a driveway that I can maintain, have it contracted to an excavator, because obviously the cost would be way down. To make it legitimate for emergency vehicles, I'd like to try that route.
That votes county.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any further questions or comments from
Just
council?
through your Mayor Lobo, I think there's a lot of questions here. And there will have to be a turnover of land if this goes through. And we're talking-
Not the county.
Exactly, but if it's going the other route, you can't expect the township to assume a road they don't own or never will. So I would say to defer it until some more further discussion could happen.
There is no deferral. There was no motion on nothing passed. So it just, Mark has to go back and talk to Tracy. And like he said, if you're looking, Mark, for a driveway, you got to go to the county. Because only the county can give you permission for a driveway. If you're looking for a roadway, then there's going to be some disagreement, because as the CAO said, for us to have a roadway there and we take it over, you're going to have to secede the land to us. All properties do. All these, when Tracy's talking about other agreements we've had, they assign the road over to us, and it has to come up to a certain standard if we're going to take it over. So I think you start with the county first and you go back to them to say it's private property and you want a driveway right off of there. And maybe they'll allow it because where that Drope Road goat path is much lower.
Well, my engineer did say that the Drope Road, which is funny that the county didn't approve it or say this in the past, because he did tell me that it does meet the sight lines. I guess maybe I should have contacted the county at that point, but in between all this, I've just been working with you guys and
Yeah.
here we are. So that is the next step. I will contact the county today and see if there's anything they can do for me and see if I can find the sight lines myself, maybe, and go from there.
Sorry, Mark. I did hear what you were saying. We do need.
So
different direction.
and then make a decision.
You have to defer, you have to make.
The seconder.
If they make a motion to defer it, they have to move it in second.
So we
Okay.
have a motion to defer by Deputy Mayor
Yeah, I'll
Silver.
defer.
And I get a seconder to defer this decision until they've had more opportunity to look at it between Mark and whoever. Can I get a seconder to defer? Nothing hanging to the third round. Well, then we gotta make a decision. We either,
Well, what are we gonna do with it?
Nothing stops Mark from going back and talking to the planner, so they're back to square one again.
so you have to either defer or
Approve or deny.
say it's
Deny it.
down, we wait for another year.
No, it was never
No.
voted on. It was never seconded. To me, I'm under the understanding you're exactly where you were just before the meeting, which is Mark can go contact the county and he can he can talk to Tracy all he wants.
They can get the opinion of the.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna have a vote here
No, a
Wait a
vote on
minute.
what? We don't have anything on the vote.
to accept, reject, or defer.
Motion.
I've got a motion to defer.
We don't have
Nobody
any
seconded it.
motion.
Second.
We have
So we
no,
don't-
Okay, so that's off the floor.
And if we don't get a second or nothing, we just. move it. Okay. So we can't defer, or you want to work, we either approve or deny.
Sorry, if it's never brought to the floor,
Well, we don't mind what.
It was moved and seconded.
only for discussion, not the
No, it
motion
was
on the
never
decision.
seconded. It was never
Never
seconded.
seconded.
No.
for discussion.
It was seconded for discussion.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No.
Or it was discussion, they were saying they wanted to discuss it.
For discussion.
So they maybe do this. Not to discuss, so not for a decision. So now it's the same thing, so now you have to second. So now we're at a point where you have to either make a decision, so you either defer it, get a motion to defer. Or because you've now discussed it, that motion is on the agenda. And you should propose it. You're gonna approve it, the discussion you just.
So if we deny it, when can it come back?
John?
Okay. Okay, so through the chair, if the application is denied, the variance doesn't stand. If the application is approved, they get the variance if the variance is granted and Mr. Hoag is able to work out an alternate scenario where access can be provided through a driveway and that 0.3 meter reserve can be lifted, then he has an alternate solution. The variance doesn't mean that the site has to be developed in that way. And the variance requires the conditions to be fulfilled. So if the conditions aren't fulfilled because an alternative solution has been found, then the variance doesn't have standing, whether if in the case that it's approved and the conditions aren't met. Does that help?
And if it being denied now through your mayor logo, does Mr. Hoag have a chance to come back and do something else with this property, or he doesn't have to wait a year?
If it's denied, then he'd have to meet the requirements in the zoning bylaw as they are today, which means the road, if he's not able to get a driveway through the county, then he would have to build the road and it would have to be assumed by the township before he could get a permit. Approval of the variance, if it's needed, an alternative solution for a driveway can't be met, this would enable him to get the permit after the terms of the conditions have been met. So if he entered into the agreement, the lands were transferred, it provides flexibility.
Councilor Booth.
I think the simplest solution here is we made a motion to discuss it. We discussed it. The danger of voting on something is that if Mr. Hogg loses and can't come back with that, then he's going to have to go all the way around again. Why don't we just leave it as we discussed it? Let Mark go and address the county and continue to talk with the planner. That's nice and simple, and it doesn't remove any rights from him or anything.
Then we need a motion to defer. So I have on the floor a motion to defer. Mike,
Wait a second.
I'll support that. And a second to defer. We have a second to defer. Further discussion? All in favor of deferring? Motion is carried. You have an opportunity to come back, Mark, and talk with the planner as well as see the county as well.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wow.
Patience. Okay, we're gonna move on to 10-1, which is a motion to adjourn. Is recommended to the council committee of adjustment / the land division committee of the corporation of the township of Alamo, Sullivan, act as follows. That the committee of adjustment / the land division committee meeting held on July 23rd, 2024 be adjourned at 10:45. Mover to seconder? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone.
He's got to go back. And you explain, if you want to drive away, you got to go to the county.
Oh dear.
Well, the thing is, he does. Was roads gonna be. But he can't. Well, the engineer did this. And I own that and I own that. And the other guy beside me owns it. So it. Like, he's not wanting to get the township.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
We're gonna go back to 6.1 of our original agenda, and that is to a motion to reconvene to a municipal planning / regular council meeting. That the council reconvene to the municipal planning / regular council meeting on July 23rd, 2024 at 10:48 PM.
Yeah.
AM, thank you.
Gee, you would have given us supper.
And the first one we have is a recommended that the council move into a public meeting under section 232 for the municipal plan of the planning act at 10:49 P.
If we can move in a second, there's reconvene, I don't have one.
That is for the reconvene. Can I get a move in a second for that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councilor Booth. All in favor? Motion's carried. And then we're on to into a public meeting. The council move into a public meeting under section 34 of the Planning Act at 10:49 AM on July 23rd, 2024. Mover to seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill. Seconded by Councilor Booth. Discussion, all in favor? Motion's carried. And the first applicant is for a zoning bylaw amendment. The application is Z052024 and it's for Gary and Julie Edwards, 1521 Bowmanton Road. Tracy's over there now. Playing back and forth here, man. Musical chairs. You want to play? You play with me and I'll play with you type thing. Go ahead.
Here for council is application Z05/2024 land owned by Gary and Julie Edwards located at 1521 Wilmington Road. The application is required as a condition of consent. Application AH 06/2024 was conditionally approved by the Land Division Committee of Adjustment on June 25th for a lot addition. The lot addition will be added to a lot that was created by application AH 07/2022 and zone rural residential through application Z07/2022. Subject property is located on the south side of Wilmington Road, north of County Road 9. Meadows View Gardens is the wedding venue located on the subject property in addition to a wholesale nursery. Surrounding land uses are a mix of agricultural uses, rural land, and rural residential uses. There's a small horse farm with a racetrack located on the west, to the west of the subject property and across from the farm is the beef farm. Rural residential uses are scattered around the general area. Highway 45 is approximately 1.2 kilometers to the east, providing good access to the property via County Road 9. The proposal is in conformity with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and both the North Everlake County and Township of Alma Cullinan provincial plan. The subject property is currently zoned rural, exception 139 on Schedule A of the zoning bylaw 19/2019. Permitted uses in that zone include special events and horticultural education venue and a wide range of other uses, including single detached dwelling agricultural or on-farm uses, forestry uses in a better practice, along with other uses. The minimum lot size requirement is 5 hectares. The proposed lot addition will result in a 1.33 hectare lot, which is smaller than the minimum lot size required for the RE 139 zone. The subject land must be rezoned to the rural residential zone, which permits single detached dwelling on a 0.4 hectare lot. The application was circulated to a number of departments and agencies. The Board of Pine Ridge District School Board, Georgia Conservation Authority, and Northumberland County all advise that they have no concern with the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. No comments have been received from the balance of the circulated agencies today. Notice of the application was circulated to all registered owners of the land within 120 meters of the subject property, and a sign was posted on July 2nd. At the time of the writing of the report, no submissions or inquiries have been received on the application. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is located in the rural part of the municipality at Sub-Leo Bridges Moraine with frontage on County Road 9, a year-round county maintained road. There are no natural heritage or natural hazards which is on site. NDS calculations were prepared for 2 neighboring livestock facilities, and there's no encroachment into the required NDS setback for those farms. The application is in compliance with the policy in the official plan and consistent with the PPS and growth plan for the greater Golden portion. Therefore, a recommendation for approval is provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this? Seeing none. I'm going to read the zoning amendment.
John?
Yes.
And there's none online that's raising their hand.
Thank you, Yolanda. Okay, I'll read the resolution. Zoning bylaw amendment application Z052024 for Gary and Julie Edwards, 1521 Wilmington Road, pardon me. And there's those in support, those opposed, or those seeking clarification. Does anybody need any seeking clarification on this? Okay, can I get a mover and a seconder to support? Okay. So we've done what we have to do there, and we'll go to the bylaw to get a mover and a seconder. But as long as we know that there's nobody seeking clarification, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so 7.3 is the motion to rise from a public meeting and reconvene to council meeting. The council rise from a public meeting under section 34 of the Planning Act and reconvene to the municipal planning / regular meeting of council at 10:55 p.m. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Schober. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Oh, here we go.
Next one is bylaws. The first one is bylaw number 532024, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 192029. The township's comprehensive zoning bylaw be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 23rd day of July 2024. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to delegations. And our first delegation is from Northumberland Land Trust Organization and Services Overview. And today presenting is Graham Harris, the Northumberland Land Trust Board member. Welcome, Graham. And I don't know if they made it clear, Graham, would you have about 10 minutes?
I'll send the time.
10 minutes, and if we have any questions, we'll be happy to give them to you, but we'll be done in 15 minutes for sure.
Okay,
How's that sound?
that sounds good.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm here to familiarize you with the land trust. Basically, the land trust takes donated or purchased land and preserves it in perpetuity as a nature reserve. And we have been protecting natural areas for biodiversity, protecting endangered and threatened species such as blandings, turtles, meadowlarks, mock butterflies, and butternut trees. Currently, we have 14 nature reserves under care of totaling over 1,200 acres. 5 of these reserves are in Alton Township. And we pay land taxes on those lands, every township. Land trusts serve the community by assuming ownership of environmentally sensitive land. These gifts are from people who are passionate about preserving their properties in the natural state. These lands tend to be wetlands, forests, and grasslands. We do receive gifts of property with agricultural land attachments, which we promote the agricultural use of. We also host guided nature tours free of charge to the public as a way of building community outreach and educating people about the habitat of species in Northumberland County. The Land Trust also owns the Lori Lawson Outdoor Education Center at Coburg, which we lease to the Coburg Board of Education to hold seminars for school children and young adults. Our goal is to create wildlife corridors for the safe movement of species between our reserves. We're also looking to protect Northumberland County from sprawling suburban development that has taken over Durham region up to our west. For those of you old enough to remember, Durham Region Youth will co-op in Northumberland County 30 years ago. Our membership supports this work and understands that people benefit from having access to natural surroundings and the health benefits therein. There is also a benefit of climate change offsets, water purification, and buffers against natural disasters. We currently have 6 more parcels of land that have been pledged to us and are in the pipeline to become nature reserves in the next 2 years. 3 of these are in this township, including the 72 acres that I own. Our challenges are that we are a volunteer organization. I'm on a volunteer board, and we are operational board, so it's not strictly a governance structure. We also do the work. And we are also dependent on donations and grants. And we are currently having a fundraiser gala on October 23rd. I'll see you in tag. Our primary interactions with the township involve severances, because most donations require severance residents from the property. And the process of accepting a land donation for us with severance surveys and other legal expenses can reach up to $40,000. We also require permits for signage, road access, and construction projects, such as we built a covered picnic area at our Lone Pine Marsh Nature Reserve, so that it is open to the public for their use and to be able to enjoy it. We are looking to strengthen our ties with our community partners, such as yourself, and we can work together on your sustainability initiatives. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm glad to address.
Thank you very much. That's a pretty good explanation, fairly short, but the reading material supplied us with an awful lot of information. I'd like to make one comment. I guess it's not going to Bonnebaker property.
Yes.
Until I went out there and seen it and talked to Mr. Bonnebaker, I didn't realize that I thought we were losing those tax incentives, not incentives, that's the wrong word, but tax revenues. But that doesn't affect it at all. You just, whoever donates that, still, the land transfer still pays for the taxes.
Yes.
Or somehow it gets paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
In other words, the ownership of the property goes to the land trust.
Yes.
Where our mandate is to keep it in perpetuity. But we still pay land taxes on those properties that we've seen.
Yeah. So it really is a negative, no effect at all on the township whatsoever.
No.
Except it's keeping it much better off, protected and well looked after.
Right, and going back to your example, part of that is agricultural land, and we lease out part of that land to a local farmer or localities.
Okay. Good. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, through your Mayor Local. Thanks again for the presentation. I understand how important the land trust is. Forgive me, I'm just looking, when did this organization become into reality?
Well, the current makeup of the organization was the merger between the Lone Pine Land Trust and the Northumberland Land Trust about 3.5 years ago. The Northumberland Land Trust was founded in the 90s, I believe, and the Lone Pine was just after the two land. And they operated independently until they realized that having two land trusts in the same county can make a lot of sense. So they merged together 3.5 years ago to create one entity and merge the total number of properties.
Just one more point, through you, Mayor Lobo. I'd like to recognize, past councillor Muriel Bram, who is, was the lady behind Lone Pine Marsh. And I remember the people scratching their head when she was buying all this property because it didn't make sense to them in the area. But as we get on and understand how important these sites are, that she really had the foresight and hindsight to continue on. So thank you.
Yeah, she was very passionate about the property that she saw. She bought it specifically for the purpose of conservation. So she didn't even own the property, she bought that property. And turned it into that land trust, which was the only property of that land trust until they started getting more and more donations. And our recent one was just on Highway 30 south of Myersburg, 114 acres from Robert to Lent. So we continue to receive people who want to donate the land, several offer house. So for the township, you still getting tax revenue from the house that is severed off, as well as the land.
And if I may, just one more comment. When I was looking at your donors, it was nice that her family members continued to support through the donorship. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I believe it was 2 years ago because I did attend the Bonabaker one when they dedicated the land. I think it was the gentleman and the lady right there that they still reside on the property, I guess, next to it. But you did answer my question, Graham, already, is what were they doing with, because that's some forest, but a lot of it is agricultural. So it's good to see that, I guess, a local farmer is still farming that land then, right?
Yes. So what we try to do is we work with farmers to ensure that the cattle do not interfere with the natural evolution of the property as it is conserved. So there's certain things we try to do to create, barriers to water access so that there's no runoff into this water stream because that's habitat in there. So we work with our neighbors and with our farmer friends to ensure that it is mutually beneficial to both of our groups.
And I guess one other question would be, because it's quite close to me, is that's just, are you able to walk that? Is the public able to walk it? I know there's a path there, but I guess they've had problems with either ATVs or somebody going there, so they've sort of blocked it off. No ATVs allowed. Is it walkable by people or?
We have about 9 that are requiring you to contact us so a guide can take you through the property so that you can see it. So it's free of charge. You just need to reserve time with the land steward to take you through it. And Bonabacker is one of those.
Okay.
We also have a couple more where simply the terrain and the sensitivity of the habitat makes it so we do not open it to the public at all. The land stewards simply try to prevent ATVs trespassing by vehicles that are potentially damaging the environmental sensitivity of the land.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Catholic.
I just want to thank you for coming today and please pass along thanks to the rest of your group. What you do is invaluable. Northumberland and Olmec Haldeman in particular plays a very, very important role in protecting land for agriculture and for our natural environment. And thank you for doing so much work on her behalf with that.
I was, and thank you, I was down at the one that's located at the corner of Station Road and no, right down here in
Yes,
Orchard Road.
That would be our Chuck point. Nature reserve.
Yes, that's what it's called. And anyways, I went out there and helped them a few years ago, and they were taking out the invasive species and that type of stuff.
Yes.
And that's very good. And I enjoyed doing it because I met some different people and it was just on a volunteer basis. But I wanted to tell you, I went back there, I think it was last year, and I happened to be walking and there was a bunch of guys working in there. And I turned to go down Orchard Grove Orchard Road, and there was a guy kind of working very by himself, and I said, well, you're doing a pretty good job with the group and everything else. He says, actually, I'm not. I'm here collecting beer bottles and pop cans. So I said, well, you should join them too, because they're looking after ecology too, but anyways, that's what he was doing.
Well, yeah, invasive species is one of our biggest budget items as well, because we try to keep those in check because of the spread to our neighbors, and we're trying to ensure that those invasive species don't do any damage. We also do things like control burns, and they have heard about some of the
Seen
control burns.
that in
We
there.
have grassland portions of some of our reserves, of course. We bring in experts to do that, and we've never had an instance by doing that. And once again, those control burns are part of our stewardship of these properties to ensure that they maintain their environmental impact positively.
That's good. Thank you very much. And that's very important, the burning as well, into looking after the whole ecology.
Yes.
And we've learned a lot from our friends to the north, the First Nations people that do a lot of that as well.
Exactly. And if you're interested in any of the activities we're doing, if you want to participate in, just contact us. We can take you to one of our controlled burns, or we can take you on one of our nature walks, or we can take you through some of the reserves that need guides, just so you can learn more about what we're doing and see for yourself the impact that we're having.
Thank you. And did you say that was October or November? Were your little,
October 23rd is our Gallup on Research West.
okay, thank you very much. So can I get a mover and a seconder that the delegation on July 23rd, 2024 from the Northumberland Land Trust be received for information? Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. And again, thank you very much, Graham. We're going to move on next to another delegation, and it's regarding the Hulda Memorial Arena, and it's going to be presented by Jim McCormick, who is a resident of the township. Jim, come on up, please. And just to let you know, as we tell everybody that's in the delegation, it's 10 minutes for you to present, and then there'll be 5 minutes opportunity for questions and answers.
I should be able to keep it. Thank you, Mayor Vogel. I should be able to keep it under 10 minutes. Bear with me, it's been a while since I've done a presentation, and hopefully I don't stumble through it too much. But good morning, Mayor Vogel, members of council, staff, members of the public. My name is Jim McCormick. I reside on Shelter Valley Road here in the township. And I thank you for this opportunity to address council with respect to the notice of motion that will be discussed at today's meeting of council. I'd like to point out off the top that although I am a member of the Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee, I am before you today as a concerned citizen and I'm not here as representative of the committee. My views I will be expressing are those of my own, and in no way are representative of the committee's views or based on any motions brought forward by the committee. So I just want to make that clear. My concern with respect to the notice of motion that we brought forward today will be discussed, and with respect to potentially moving forward with a significant renovation to the Haldeman Memorial Arena. I've made steps outlined in the notice of motion are a little premature and require some further analysis prior to any project moving forward. As council is aware, this matter is a long-standing issue that unfortunately has not been addressed in the past, not only by this council but previous councils. Recommendations have been brought forward in the past few years, however, they have not been supported. The 2018 Arts Master Plan, recommended that a feasibility study be completed to map out the future related to the arena, primarily due to its age and its current condition at that time. Similar recommendations have been brought forward by staff as soon as last August, and the Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee, however, council is not supported. Primarily, as I understand it, due to the anticipated costs of completing such studies. Below, I'd like to provide council with the necessary background information that would support this undertaking. My hope is that council will consider as part of the deliberations today, to either move to not support the notice motion or to make amendments to move this forward. I would provide the following for council's consideration. 1, complete a detailed facility structural audit. The last structural inspection was completed in 2016. This undertaking is the normal best practice of municipalities related to arenas and are generally completed every 5 years. The Occupational Health and Safety Act once included this as a statutory requirement up until the late 1990s. This was to ensure the arenas were capable of maintaining snow levels. It was a result of an arena collapse in the late 1930s. This requirement to complete is no longer reported to the Ministry of Labor. However, when they stopped that mandatory reporting, they made it very clear to municipalities that it was strongly recommended that continue. A new structural assessment should be undertaken. However, it should be much more detailed and includes some thorough analysis. So the audit should be focused on the long-term viability of the facility and what would be required to continue to be used for at least the next 30 years, should a new floor be installed or any other renovations or additions completed. And I'm using that 30-year benchmark because when you are looking at replacing arena floors, you're looking at roughly a 30-year investment. This review should include an extensive review of all structural, HVAC, electrical, etc., to determine if the facility is sustainable for another 30 years. A costing analysis of what work would be required as part of the renovation versus the new build should also be considered. Replacing the arena floor is a 30-year investment, as we spoke earlier. Thus, confidence in that investment is necessary to ensure the building is sustainable for another 30 years. The study should identify that should significant renovations be undertaken, will this trigger compliance with current building code, fire code, and AODA requirements. Typically, these renovations would require this, but verification is required by an engineer. Any new additions, i.e., the presentation with me about the region for an addition, will most likely trigger the need to do this. And I'm looking at things like sprinkler systems throughout not only the new but the existing, upgraded fire alarm and life safety systems, and of course the AODA compliance. The study should also include the requirement to investigate the possible causes for the arena floor to sink at one end. Arena floors do crack, and they do develop high low spots. This is a result of expansion, contraction, to the extreme cold temperatures when the accumulation of permafrost underneath the floor. The sinking of this floor at one end is concerning, and typically it's not what you see when renovating floor fails. It could, and I say could, indicate other problems such as possible groundwater penetration that's caused that sinking, or that as a result of that sinking, additional structural problems beyond the arena floor may be possible. 2, complete a feasibility needs assessment study. I do know that in the terms of reference first, or in the notice of motion that's being brought forward, that feasibility study has been required. However, in the notice of motion, my view, it lacks substance. It lacks what is it that we're going to look at? What is it that we're going to study? My hope is to provide council with some information, provide context, what a feasibility study should entail. The 2018 Parks Master Plan recommended completing a feasibility study related to the arena. Staff have recommended the same approach as well as Recreation Culture Advisory Committee. Why has council not supported further study to determine the long-term viability of the arena? My understanding is the main rationale has been financial. However, there are reserves in place that can fully cover the cost with no impact to rate repair. These reserves include your DC reserves and your part-time cash. All of those reserves would be eligible for the SPEC funding because they're related to long-term sustainability of the facility that could accommodate for any potential future growth. I understand the reluctance of using these reserves for anything other than improvements. However, it is a necessary requirement in order for council to do its due diligence in supporting any future investments. It is also necessary to have these types of supporting documents should the municipality be able to apply for any upper tier government grants. In my experience in doing grants, this is what moves you from the bottom of the pile to the top. As far as having background analysis, the background study that supports the request for these investments. And the government's made that very, very clear, particularly the Ontario government in the last 6 or 7 years. I also understand the whole lack of spending this money. But from my experience, this is all part and parcel to completing projects, community projects, particularly recreation projects. You're going to be spending money on investments in geotechnical, in structure, in architecture and engineering fees. All of these are part and parcel to specific projects. The study should provide long-term data related to projected growth of the community and the specific demographics of the projected growth. Typically, the marinas and major users are primarily youth. Now, I'm not saying that outfield user is to be 1 minute, I'll go a little fast. This role can never have a profile that growth should assist council to understand the future potential use and assist with making informed decisions related to the long-term need of the marina facility. Seeing as I only have a minute, I obviously provide most of this in the report that has been made available to the public. So maybe what I'll do is I'll skip ahead to my conclusion. Past 10 minutes. In conclusion, moving forward, replacing the agreement board, this one's premature, in my opinion. Council has an obligation to do its due diligence in ensuring that decisions related to investments of municipal funds are spent wisely in the best interest of the taxpayer. These investments should be supported with the necessary information to ensure facilities such as the Halton Memorial Arena meet the needs of our residents both in the short, but more importantly, the long term. Council currently does not have the necessary information to make those decisions. But by moving forward with a concise and detailed approach, such as outlined above, this should allow council to make those informed decisions on the support of municipal asset. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'd be certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jim. Very extensive 10 minutes that you've put an awful lot of information there for us to consider. And I really appreciate all your effort that you put through it. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick, for a very detailed explanation. I can tell just reading this report that you must have some experience or that in facilities and that. Can you tell me what is your background in facilities or recreation, and do you have any experience with new builds, for example, recreational builds like arenas or that?
To the chair. 3 years ago, I retired after a 33-year career in the municipal parks and recreation sector. The majority of my career is spent in facility management and planning. And the last 6 years, I was the director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture for the municipality of Port Hope. So I did oversee, was part of the team that saw the fruition of the construction of the Town Park Recreation Center. It was built in 2001. We went through extensive amount of studies and as part of potentially adding a second ice pad at the sports complex. We did a market analysis on potentially adding a fitness center to that facility. Again, we did neither because the data didn't support it. But the renovations that completed in 2015 was all part of that study. So that was a $7 million investment in that facility to again ensure its longevity in the community. I was also part of, although not the construction because I retired, but the preliminary work involved in the feasibility study and the submission of grants and the approval of grants to construct a new senior center in Port Hope that's attached to the public rest.
Okay, thank you. Very extensive. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Lobo. Thank you, Jim, for coming down. It's very good to get all this down. I concur with all your thoughts. We're involved in the studies. Can you remember how much the cost of the studies were?
Somebody asked me that question about something to do with operational budget a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't remember, but,
Ballpark, I mean,
it'll vary on the scope of work that you're asked the consultants to do.
High and
based on
low.
what I've got there, I'm guessing,
oh, that's
probably
all.
$8,500,000, and it's probably over 9 months, 10-month process. Including the structural fees.
Thank
That
you,
would be my guess.
thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mike?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Great presentation. And I do agree with a lot of stuff that you're saying. And I think that says it in the motion is to do the feasibility study. May not have been laid out exactly how you're talking about it, but I would assume that that's probably where we would end up with the feasibility study for the arena. Regards to what it says about the ice serves, the boards and et cetera, and the structure and the addition for the Legion, but I think we're saying the same thing. You just got more detail to it. So I would suggest that we don't duplicate question and answering when it comes to the motion, if that makes sense, just for time saving. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, the
Well, I think.
Where-
Yeah. Comment, but then we're pretty well getting pretty close to 5 months in it. Go ahead, Rick.
Just thank you very much for coming. It's good to hear from
Yeah.
an expert who has lots of experience.
Jim, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your thoughts, and we'll certainly consider it when we move along to the discussion.
Great, thank you.
I think it's appropriate to take a 5-minute break. Oh, yes. That the motion should read that the delegation on July 23rd, 2024 from Jim McCormick on the future of the Alderman Memorial Arena be received for information. Can I get a mover in a second? Moved by Mary Catherine and seconded by Councilor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. And I take a motion to recess for 5 minutes and come back at 25 o'clock.
Oh. 25 to, oh, thank you.
Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. See you in 10 minutes. A read for the time.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to item 10. And item 10.1 is a motion to adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on July 9th, 2024. Can I get a move in second? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any questions or comments? All in favor? That motion is carried. And next one is item 11-1. It's a road lead study for 2024. Public Works 2024-03 regarding the road study, lead study for 2024. Tell you in a second. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Just through you, your worship, maybe to the CAO. So, do we have any idea, Dave, when will we see this, I guess, in September then? We don't have a meeting in August, right? Hopefully.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
This is an item we've needed to move forward, and I'm pleased to see that it is going to move forward in time to guide our budget for next year. Our roads department is our largest budget, and this is an essential document for our budget planning.
Thank you. I have one comment, not really related to this, so it's just more of a general, there's another roads department study that we're sending annually. And that's the bridge one, and I believe it's going to be done this year. And that's a good thing to get it fairly quickly because it's a nice opportunity in the fall to do some of that minor stuff for it's in the winter. So look forward to seeing that one as well. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Next, we have a notice of motion by Councillor Mike Ainsworth regarding the housing on the arena. And the motion reads that council give direction to the CEO and staff to commence preparations of an RFP to hire a consultant for the completion of a feasibility study of the Holden Ward Arena. That is to include the replacement of the ice pad, replacement of the ice pad boards, and renovations and additions to the building that would incorporate the Grafton Region requirements. To operate, and that the CEO and staff prepare a report and recommendation for the October 8, 2024 regular council meeting with a plan to proceed with hiring of contractor through the tender process to begin the project. So let's have start with conversation first by the mover and seconder. Maybe by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by
I could do an amendment.
Murphy.
I would do an amendment if it's allowed.
Got them on the floor first, then we can discuss the amendments or whatever. Second by Councilor Booth. All in favor? Okay, who wants to start this question? Whatever.
Through you, Mayor. So this motion was, for me, was to get this ball rolling. We started this back in June in one of our meetings, and we asked our CAO to hire someone to take this project on and to look at studies and what we had to do to get things going, and then that got sidetracked. And we haven't done nothing since. And here we are now in at the end of July, and we have a bit of bubble gum on our pipes on that floor to get through it, to get us through this year. And we need to get, you know, some direction of where we're going with this. So I know we're gonna have a great conversation today. And all I'm saying is at the end result is we need to get moving forward on this project, because you can't go and ask someone to put a shovel in the ground, you know, 2 weeks from now. So we have to have the feasibility studies done, and the structural review done. I'm sure will be part of it, and move forward with whatever comes out of that. But at the same time, I think as a municipality and a budget part of it, we need to have some kind of dialogue with what we think we can afford. I know the 2018 one came out and it was nothing but a dream, for the municipality could never afford it. After they did the structural review, and they said it was actually in pretty good shape back then. The rest of it was just a dream, and I don't think we ever had any dialogue to say what the municipality could afford and what we really were looking for. So I would like to have some dialogue on that also, maybe when it comes through. But moving forward, you know, we've got some residents that want to donate some substantial money to help out with this arena. We have the Grafton Minor Hockey that's made a substantial donation for them, you know, as far as what the arena goes. And of course, with the Legion coming on board would be a great asset to the town. And we've got some people sitting here wanting to know what's going on, especially some of our monetary donations. And so we need to communicate with them to see what's going on, so we don't lose those. Right, because they want to see it happening, and they want to know that we're still interested in those donations that they are giving us, what are quite substantial. So, you know, let's move forward with the feasibility study and get this in motion. We've had many conversations from past councils not getting it done. We've had many conversations on the Parks and Rec and Cultural Committee of council not getting it done. And I want council to get it done. And staff.
Can I make an amendment at this point, Mayor Logo? Okay, I have prepared it. I will send it over to the clerk now so she can see what we're doing. There's flashing out. So this fleshes out what we discussed or heard in our delegation this morning, and it is the items that will bring us to the top of the pile so that we are indeed grant ready. And to your point, Councillor Ainsworth, you were saying about, and the projected costs are definitely being asked in there so that we know what these options are going to look like. And that will indeed guide our decision making. I want to make informed decisions. Sorry, that beginning may need to be worded to amend. I'm not sure how that would work.
So in reviewing the two pages that have just been provided to us, that's an entirely different motion from what's on the floor. So it would be not a motion to amend. This is entirely something
Sorry,
that's more in depth and more involved than what Councillor Ainsworth has put forward. So at this point, a motion to amend would be to make minor amendments to what's on the floor as opposed to providing an additional two-page motion.
sorry.
I just have one page.
It is one
One?
page.
Okay, so it might just be my,
That it is, and my reasoning was that it is in fact just fleshing out the feasibility study that Councillor Ainsworth had already identified. This is just fleshing out what that feasibility study would look like. So it's just more depth to what he has already provided.
so at this point, without having it read out, in order for it to be a motion to amend, it would need to be read out in its entirety. Again, having just taken a cursory glance at this, it is very operational in nature. So when a feasibility is brought forward, that would be something that staff would take into account to ensure that these pieces are included within the feasibility study. So in order for it to be a motion to amend, you would have to read it out and get it moved and seconded. However, at this point, it is reading as an entirely separate new motion,
Sorry.
which
I
means
will
you would
do
need to
that.
deal with the one on the floor first.
Go ahead.
That I move then that we amend the motion on the floor to add a clarity to what would be involved in the feasibility study. And that it would be first to retain the services of a qualified consultant to complete a detailed facility condition assessment of the existing Haldeman Memorial Arena, which would identify the necessary repairs, renovations required in order to modernize and bring this facility up to modern standards for an indoor ice facility. The recommendations provided shall ensure that the facility will exceed a lifespan of at minimum 30 years. The consultant shall also provide a cost analysis of renovating versus building new, inclusive of all cost, including construction, site servicing, architectural and engineering services, contingency, etc. 2, retain the services of a qualified consultant to complete a detailed needs assessment study related to long-term ice time demand and the need for an indoor ice facility in Alnwick-Haldeman Township, and for other such recreation needs as would be suitable for a new multi-use community recreation facility. This study should include the following: inventory of existing primetime ice utilization at the Haldeman Memorial Arena, inventory of the existing primetime ice utilization of surrounding communities within 40-kilometer radius of the Haldeman Memorial Arena, determine the long-term planning of each surrounding community as identified above related to planning for construction of new recreation complexes, including ice facilities, complete a projection of long-term ice requirements for 30 years for Alnwick-Haldeman Township based on the above information plus projected growth population growth, projected demographics of the growth, inclusive of prime demographic users of ICE facility, and provide recommendations for long-term 30-year ICE demand for Alnwick, Haldeman Township.
Councillor
Provide-
O'Neill, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are again beyond a motion to amend at this point. So we are picking up feedback from the mic. So we are reading into a brand new motion. So this is significantly beyond amending the original motion that was on the floor. So if there's individual pieces that you would like for consideration, I would recommend they come forward one at a time for a motion to amend the original. When we get into well, I have it that I can copy and paste, but when we get into multi-part motions, it opens up the floor for all of it to be kicked open at once, and we end up into situations where parts are approved, parts are not. So I would recommend going one at a time if there's a motion to amend or to include.
I want to speak specifically to the motion and to Mary Catherine. So, I understand what the intent and what the need is. And I have an ask, can council consider, or can a councillor consider that a motion amendment, be made simple in that recognizing the fact that, Councillor Ainsworth has identified, a feasibility study. Can a simple amendment be to add a facility condition assessment and a needs assessment to the feasibility study? And can that be considered a simple amendment to the motion that's on the floor? That's a question to you, Chair. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
So I have a small problem with that because I agree with the intent, Mike, of what you're saying, that we need to get moving on this. And this has been from past councils all the way back. And I want to make sure that we get on the right road here. What I don't like is you're talking about a feasibility study, but you're also saying it will include the replacement of an ice pad, the boards, this, and the Legion thing. That to me, when you listen to what Mr. McCormick said, is we need a feasibility study and a needs assessment. And I'm an arena guy for 30 something years. I love arenas, but I want to know for sure when I make the final decision, is an arena the best thing that we need? And I'm not decided on that yet. So I believe what Mary Catherine has presented here is showing it's a feasibility and a needs assessment to show. And it will include, they can look at the Legion. I want them to look at the library. If this council remembers, the library 2-3 months ago sent a letter to council saying, if you're doing anything with that piece of property, please consider us. Well, we're considering the Legion and we've left out our own, one of our own departments. And I'm not saying there would be the Legion in there or the library or whatever. The consultant should come back to us with all this information so that we as a council can make a final decision to say, this is what we're going to do. And if it costs us 80, 90,000 or 9 months, then that's what we have to do. We have to do this properly so that when we decide as council, it'll be the next council that'll be the one when the shovel probably goes into the ground or whatever, because we'll be done. But at least I, as a councillor, will feel better that we're on the road and something's going to happen. So I sort of disagree, Dave, because it's got in there about an ice pad surface, replacement of the ice pad and the boards and everything. That has to be removed. If you leave the feasibility part in there and you talk about a needs assessment, which I believe is all this. So if Emily, if that's what you're saying, to me, it means we should vote down Mike's thing and then Mary Catherine can make this motion and present this and we vote on this then.
Mayor Logan.
Can I retract? Can I comment that? So Councillor Booth, we're saying the same thing. So what I asked was if council could make a simple amendment to the motion that's on the floor, which means add the structural facility assessment, add the needs assessment to the feasibility, and then you can remove some of the wording, but it keeps it simple on the high side and where council belongs. When we start to get into the specifics of a RFP, that does not belong in a motion. So if you're providing staff direction, you have staff, provide staff the direction. We will go to work and do the very best we can to create and obtain the best information to put together the best RFPs to go to market. That is why you have staff. Further, I want council to understand that just because you go to market for an RFP does not mean you have to award it. You're still going out for a request for proposal. There are still multi-level of decisions that council needs to make and will make. That is just part of appropriate practice with municipal government. So I'm asking council to stay on the high side and make a simple amendment to the motion that's on the floor, because you already have part of it there.
Just to make sure that we're through your Mayor Logo. I'm gonna ask two dumb questions, maybe one's not as dumb, but what would a feasibility study encompass? Is that what is going to be best for the community? And a needs study, is that going to encompass all that?
Like to repeat it.
Okay, I won't repeat the dumb question part if that's
You can.
okay. A feasible study. When I look at a feasible study and a needs study, and this has been coming up different times, and I think sticking point is the money involved to do this. Are we, what is that going to encompass?
So first of all, if we back up a minute, let's go back to the dumb part. Whenever we research something in order to make an appropriate decision, we do just that. We research, we consult, we find information. Then we put together documents that allow us to go out and obtain or retain those that can provide us what we need to do. We consult with neighboring municipalities, we consult with individuals. We do a lot of work before coming together and putting out an appropriate RFP, number one.
Okay,
As far as the particulars of the feasibility study, consulting with subject expert is where we would go.
perfect,
Because that is exactly what you need to do.
perfect. Could we add a needs, did you have a needs study in that as well?
I'm not making the motion.
All right, what you suggested?
What?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, like, I agree with our CAO. You know, we can add a few statements here to make this thing work. This is overboard. You know, this is probably the feasibility contractor would do. I don't think we need to rewrite what they're gonna do. But I think we need to allow staff to go and do their job. And quit throwing roadblocks up. Let them do their job. I like what Dave said, feasibility, structural, the needs.
Needs study for the area.
Yep. Put those 2 or 3 things in. If you want to take out the ice surface and the boards and the Legion part, I'm okay with that, but we need to get this thing on the go. But I don't want to forget our donators, and I don't want to forget the Legion. We need to keep these people in the loop of what we're doing. It's very generous what we're getting offered. And we should hold that to a higher standard.
So in listening to the conversations going forward, without discrediting what Councillor O'Neill has circulated here in terms of an amendment, having reviewed it, the top 3, the main pieces for inclusion in the agreement looks like a facility condition assessment, a needs assessment, as well as conceptual designs. So those look like the crutch of what the amendment would be. So from a matter of procedure, given that we have the original motion on the floor from Councillor Ainsworth, a motion to amend would be to include those 3 pieces, the facility condition assessment, needs assessment study, and conceptual designs. So that to me would really be a proper motion to amend, where it keeps it again to that governance piece where you're providing direction to staff, but but allows us to then take the operational components and issue those through the RFP process with the experts in place. So that to me would be how a motion to amend would work at this point, to incorporate what it is you brought forward.
Here's what I would like to. I want to know. I want to be sure and know that first of all, we're spending our money wisely. That's very important. I want to know what that arena is capable of doing as it exists. And I want to know what the demand is for those type of services and what we can do best to accommodate our residents and everybody else. And, you know, personally, I'd love to have a ice pad and arena and everything else, but if something else is more appropriate, then I'm willing to accept that. But I can't make that decision based on my limited knowledge that I have. I have to get experts in there to tell us what that is, because there are experts that can do that. And they will be able to do that. It's not fair, in my opinion, it's not fair to ask our staff to say, well, this is what it is or not. They can't do that. We don't know those people, or what we could best use it for. They don't know that. And that's why we gotta give our staff the very simple instructions: safety, or pardon me, feasibility, structural accountability, and how much it's gonna cost. That's what I want.
And need study.
And it needs to. Mary Catherine?
I am willing to qualify it, but I do want to, in my defense, say that I have moved and Deputy Mayor Stover has moved before to have this done, and it hasn't come back to us. And so we have an expert who has given us advice, and this incorporates the advice received from them. So I am willing to make an amendment that reads that there will be a facility condition assessment for the 30-year lifespan, detailed needs assessment study, and conceptual designs for 3 options, and that the RFP be brought back to council for approval before it goes out to tender, and further that these items be funded from appropriate reserves as recommended by the treasurer, because in the past, that was our stumbling block. We did not pass that they would be funded.
And just to clarify, are you saying funding for the study?
The feasibility study that would include those 3 parts, Mayor Logo.
Going to the experts.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Just a question to you, Councillor Neal. So with respect to bringing the RFP back to council for approval, who on council is the subject expert on an RFP? I'm just curious.
At this point, who on staff is a subject expert?
So that's where I identified through operations that we would consult with the appropriate people to ensure that we do that. We're doing the same thing with water. We're doing the same thing with roads. We're doing the same thing with parks. We're doing the same thing with fire. We're doing the same thing with finance. So when we have staff in place to conduct operations and business, I'm just curious, so no different than, so bringing back an RFP to council for approval, I'm curious as to what that will accomplish.
Council is governance. This is complicated, what is here in front of us. And in fact, I did talk to a subject expert to get this in front of us as is. It behooves council as governance to say at high level, what do we want to accomplish with our $90,000? If we're giving a general amendment or motion as being requested by staff, it's still, I wouldn't see why staff would be uncomfortable with bringing it back to council.
Go ahead, Rick.
I don't see anything wrong with this. This is governance. When you made the comment, Mike, about staff, that's the problem why the last 4 or 5 councils, we've never moved anywhere. This lays out what an RFP should be. and what it needs for us to make a decision. And exactly, Mayor, what you said. I want to know all this. I want to know, is the arena the right thing for there? Is that building what's going to be, like Mr. McCormick said, for the next 30 years, not what it is now? Is the Legion, what's the possibility with the Legion? It talks about in the 40-kilometer range of that. That means that's going to include Bewdley and Crammy and Coburg and everything. I want to know what their ice usage is and what ice use is. This includes everything. And I disagree with you, Mr. CAO, about the bit about coming back to us, because I agree with what Mary Catherine said. Staff is no more skilled at this than we are. But this gives the groundwork to say, this is the information that we need to make an informed decision. And I don't agree with just some RFP going out there that doesn't specifically say what we want to know. And I just read this now, and that tells me everything I want to know. It's a feasibility and a needs assessment, which means you prove to me first that we need the arena or a walking track or a pool or whatever, and you show me the data and everything. So there's nothing wrong with this. And I don't agree with the two of you are saying that it's an operational thing. That's not operational. We're governance showing you that an RFP should include this.
I politely disagree with you, Councillor Booth. I do believe that the motion requirements do not get into the details of an RFP.
Just to maybe simplify things, I mean, this has been brought forward, staff have heard what we are asking. And if you're going out for an RFP, you're going to go out to certain companies. And with what we're asking, it would all fall into place because this is what they would be looking at. You wouldn't be going to an electrical contractor to ask for a feasibility study. A feasibility study would already incorporate everything that we're needing. And we all have a copy of that, so I'm sure that it could guide the process.
Through your Mayor Local, just to get the meeting back on track here. So we do have the the motion to amend. If Councillor,
I withdraw it at this point.
sorry,
Or what?
may I?
I withdraw my motion to amend at this point because I think I don't like it being done from the floor this way, so I will just withdraw it.
Okay, so that's one option, but if I can present you with another. So at this point, you did bring it forward for a motion to amend to include a facility condition assessment for a 30-year lifespan, a needs assessment study, and conceptual designs. And then we did get into the RFP component as well as the pricing component to be funded through appropriate reserves. If we could break it out so that we just deal with the three items separately. So if we look at the first motion to amend to include the facility condition assessment for the 30-year lifespan, a needs assessment study, and conceptual designs. Make that the first motion to amend. Let council decide whether or not they want to include that in Councillor Ainsworth's original piece. Then we can move into the second piece, which is to bring it forward to the RFP forward for council consideration. And then the third motion to amend could be to be funded from the appropriate reserves. So by breaking it out, we can still address all of your concerns that you've brought forward. And council can decide as a collective as to how they want to proceed with the amendments to the original motion brought forward. So I put that for your consideration.
I am willing to do that, and if I could just address what our CAO had said. I find that we're operating in another municipality where we did have a subject expert on staff. All of this would have come forward as a staff report. And we, as councillors, have not received a comprehensive staff report in our term on council, and that has caused us difficulties. I am willing to do it, but because I think, anyway, we'll discuss that when we get to the RFP part of it. So the first part is to amend that we would have a facility condition assessment for a minimum 30-year term, detailed needs assessment study, and complete
Feasibility.
3 conceptual designs.
Would that encompass the feasibility study as well?
Those are the pieces of feasibility
Yeah.
study.
Yeah, and the feasibility study is already identified within Councillor
Perfect.
Ainger's original.
Perfect.
So we have a mover to amend. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion on that? All in
Ma-
favor? Oh,
I just want our clerk to read that back to me.
So the motion to amend that's been moved and seconded by Councillor O'Neill and Deputy Mayor Stover is to include a facility condition assessment for a 30-year lifespan, a detailed needs assessment study, and 3 conceptual designs.
Okay,
Go ahead, Greg.
So does that then, Madam Clerk, still include the replacement of the ice pad, the boards, renovations, and incorporate the Grafton Legion?
So it does it this time because we haven't made a motion to amend to remove those conditions from the original motion. So that's still sitting within the original piece, but that's not to say that out of a future motion to amend could be to amend it to remove those pieces from the original motion.
So you've lost me now. So if we vote on this amendment like that, can we still go back now to remove that piece about to me, it just sounds like you're asking for this feasibility study, but you're telling them it will include the arena and this and that. How can you do an assessment and a feasibility study if you're telling them and it will include this? You're slanting the,
It's gonna be looked after.
but I believe the clerk has addressed that. And we will address it.
We can get to the ice pad
Okay.
piece at a separate motion to amend.
okay,
Further discussion? In favor of the amendment? That motion is carried.
All right, now, where are we headed?
Do you want to-
Well, I think I want to address what Councillor Booth was speaking.
Okay. The second part.
If I may, because we broke out Councillor O'Neill's multi-part motion to amend, I would recommend as good faith that we just continue with the 3 that were originally put forward from Councillor O'Neill, which was the RFP piece of it to be brought back, as well as then the budget piece of it. So until we start jumping all over,
Okay, and we will get back to where we wanted to go.
we can keep going.
Perfect.
Okay,
That is, so what else do you want to talk? Here it is.
That a staff report be brought back before council detailing what will be included in the RFP before it goes to tender. So that a detailed staff report be brought back to council outlining what will be included in the RFP before it goes to tender.
Council, further discussion. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know why we keep on insulting staff. Why can't we just let them do their job? Like, seriously. Go ahead, have at her.
Well, not it's out through over here.
I'll ask a question, John.
Yes.
I want to rebut that. You tell me, show me what expert up here on staff has built facilities or recreation things or that, Mike? Nobody. We just listened to somebody that just said they had 33 years and gave us some stuff. So I don't buy it. And that's why we're in the place we're in now.
I would say staff is smart enough to go and find
No,
people
I
that
just
can
made it.
answer these.
Oh. Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you. You have a rebuttal?
I'm just saying that regardless of people's background or education, I know our staff is smart enough to reach out to the proper people to do a proper study. We don't have to put this stuff in front of them every time we want to do something.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Council. I think that Mary Catherine's amendment to her motion is appropriate. I see that it'd be appropriate that staff bring back a report for information to inform council of what's been included in the RFP. that is appropriate.
Clarification, Mary Council said for approval, not for information. Just want that clarified. If it's coming back to council, it's not for information. I believe your word was for approval.
Mayor Local,
Go ahead.
when we get documents in front of us for information, is there an ability to have a discussion when things come forward to us?
Absolutely.
There you go.
I don't think that's an unreasonable, you're splitting the hairs.
I agree.
Splitting the hairs.
Mhm.
If we don't like what the report is, you just say we don't want the report, we send it back.
Right.
Other than that, you're just wasting time. Anybody else have any further comments? Really?
So the motion to amend that's on the floor is that staff that a staff report bringing a draft RFP to council for approval. That staff bring a report with the draft RFP to council for approval before issuing.
We got seconded for that.
Yes, it was moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Booth.
All in favor of the motion? Motion's carried. Anything else you want to discuss on this?
Sorry, the third part.
Go ahead, Mary.
And another amendment that this feasibility study be funded from appropriate reserves as recommended by the treasurer.
Through you, Mayor, to council. So I do believe with respect to the last one that the treasurer or deputy treasurer can look into whether it comes from development charges. I wouldn't specifically say that just reserves, because we do have some funds that are available that have not been spent that need to be. And it's certainly something that we can. I know that our delegation by Mr. McCormick identified an appropriate or a rough cost of what this might be, but we won't really know till the RFPs actually come back. Further to that, I do want to identify that we were sent an email 6 days ago by the provincial government identifying that the funds, $200 million in the province, will be available in the coming months for two specific streams. And I'm identifying this as part of the meeting so that it is on record. Stream 1 is repairing and upgrading existing sport and recreation facilities into more accessible, state-of-the-art facilities that better suit the community needs. And Stream 2, building new and transformative sport and recreation facilities, including replacing existing facilities that have reached the end of their lifespan and are beyond repair. All three studies that have been identified by Mr. McCormick, by Councillor O'Neill, and being discussed here at council are appropriate for the future development or for staff to be able to move forward on this project.
Thank you. We got it.
So CAO Dawson, you're asking that the word reserves in that amendment be replaced with,
So we cannot, to clarify, we cannot spend any money without council's decision, right? So what I'm asking is that you look for the treasurer's recommendation when the report from staff comes back. So we can identify that, what account we can fund it from and how much is in that fund. Further, that there are requirements with each fund to how we can spend it. And we need to report to council on that as well.
so would it be appropriate then that the amendment read that these items be funded as recommended by the treasurer?
We're not gonna wait for the treasurer, we're gonna wait till we have the treasurer.
Well, whoever's acting as the treasurer can make the recommendation, Mayor Logal.
Okay.
If I may add just another piece here. So we have confirmed that the reserve accounts for the arena reserves are approximately $88,000 to date. So based on the numbers that we've heard from the delegation earlier, that would deplete our entire reserves if we were to come strictly out of the arena reserves, which doesn't leave us much wiggle room should something happen that we need to, in an emergency situation, to get into those reserves. Since the previous motion to amend was to include that the RFP come back for council approval. Part of the RFP and the procurement process would be, once that RFP is issued, we review those contents. The report would come back for council to then issue that. So at that point, the recommendation as part of the original process through the procurement policy that we have would be that staff put the recommendation at that time as to where those projects would be funded from. So at this point, you have the option, you could withdraw this one as it might be moot, given that it would be part of the process for procurement.
I throw this to the other members of council. We essentially last June got as far as this, and then staff brought it back in July and asked for funding, and we didn't fund them at that point. So I think it's important and essential that we say, yes, we are prepared to fund a feasibility study. Because that was a stumbling block last July when it was brought back to us as council. We did not agree to fund it, but I think what I'm hearing is that we've all reached the point where we say, yes, we will fund this. Where it comes from, I think, is a detail, but I think it's important that we say, yes, we will fund this.
Can we add
I
that?
think we have to, because we've got staff, part of the staff are confused, public's confused, and until we commit to doing something, we're confused ourselves.
Yeah, so I
Mayor,
would,
so, sorry, but, I would make a motion to support what Mary Catherine is saying, that we put that in the motion, that we fund it.
okay, so you're seconding my amendment. Thank you, Councillor Ainsworth. Right, sorry, I believe it's reading at this point that they will be funded as recommended by the treasurer.
Yeah.
Further discussion? All in favor? The motion is carried.
I know, I don't think
No.
we're there yet.
No. My amendment, John, or Mr. Mayor, sorry, was to remove the part that says that it is to include the replacement of the ice pad surface, replacement of the ice pad renovations, and the Legion. I don't mind if they're investigating it, but to say that it must include that is skewering, you're telling them exactly what you want. That it will include this. That's not the whole idea of the feasibility study and the needs assessment. They can look at that, no problem, when you're doing the RFP to say, we would like you to look into the feasibility of this, but that's like me saying.
Order, you should make your amendment, get a seconder, and then tell us.
So I make my amendment that we remove the bit about the Haldeman Memorial Arena is to include the replacement of the ice pad surface, replacement of the ice pad boards, and the renovation addition to the building that would incorporate the Grafton Legion's requirements.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mary Catherine. Discussion. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but would that not happen with what we have? I know it would be removed, but is it redundant having it removed because it's going to be already addressed in the need study and the feasibility study? Just a question.
Thank you. I don't. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I wonder if we can just take out instead of include, just to,
Be part of.
be part of, or, for information or investigate.
Okay.
So you say the same thing that Councillor Booth is saying. But
I think that's gonna be.
Deputy Mayor Stover is right. We're talking this. It's probably gonna be part of it anyways.
Which I have no problem. It's just that I don't think it needs to be there. If they're going to do a proper needs assessment and facility thing, that should be included. It's just, it sort of slants it, Mike. I mean, because you could add in there, oh, and to include the library too, and to include this or whatever. And it's like, you're telling the guy what you want to do. If it's a good RFP, they're going to look at all of that.
I tend to agree with Shane Johnson. By picking a few, you're bound to miss something.
You're gonna miss some.
A lot of other people offended, so it's just give the staff the opportunity to look at all the different things rather than specifically say something. Is a better opportunity for them to be impartial and
Okay.
for us to get better answer. Further discussion? Well,
So as I have it, it's another motion to amend to remove the section that says to include the replacement of the ice pad surface, replacement of the ice pad boards and renovations / addition to the building that would incorporate the Grafton Legion's requirements to operate. And I stress that it's to remove, not exclude.
Right.
Which
Correct.
is the, it
The
still keeps it
intention.
within the feasibility needs assessment framework, just not within the motion as a specific.
Okay.
further comments? All in favor? Let's carry it. More? Nothing got it.
Can we go on to 11?
Next notice of motion, maybe we.
Oh, no, we're still dealing with the original motion. That's been amended, but just given the amount of changes to it, if I could just ask for a quick recess, just so I can formulate the entire, the motion as amended,
Take lunch. 20 minutes.
Okay. then I can, let's get a motion to recess and then I'll formulate this and we can come back to vote on the original.
Mr. Chair, would you be looking at lunch? Because we're almost 12:30 now.
Yep.
So if we come back at say 1
Or 10 to 1.
or 10 to 1, if
To 1.
I'm,
10 at 1?
1 o'clock.
I'll make-
To
I'll make that motion.
by Council Booth, second by Council Ainsworth, that we adjourn
Recess.
till 22, 10 to
10 to 30 minutes.
One, all in favor of second by Council Ainsworth, all in favor? Motion's carried. There you go.
We're close.
Take a break. Okay, our next subject is 11-2, notice of motion from Councillor Mike Ainsworth regarding the Northumberland County official plan.
No,
11.2.
Yeah. We gotta vote on.
I'm sorry, yes. Can you, tell us the amendments so we can get approval of that motion regarding the read? Please, Madam Clerk.
Again, so the motion as amended reads that Council of the Corporation, the Township of Alden McCalderman enacts as follows. That council give direction to the CAO and staff to commence preparations for an RFP to hire a consultant for the completion of a feasibility study of the Haldeman Memorial Arena. And that the RFP also include a facility condition assessment for 30-year lifespan, detailed needs assessment study, and 3 conceptual designs. And that staff bring forward a report bringing a draft RFP to council for approval before issuing, and that these reports be funded as recommended by the treasurer, and that the CAO and staff prepare a report and recommendations for the October 8th, 2024 regular council meeting with a plan to proceed with the hiring of a contractor through the tendering process to begin the project by January 2025. So the original motion was moved by Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Councillor Booth. So at this point,
Councilor Booth, any comment?
I guess through you, your worship, I guess the only thing I didn't realize is the timeline. From what we heard from Mr. McCormick, it's going to take 8-9 months. So is saying January 2025 going to be realistic? If you don't even have the report back, we can't.
So if I may, the way that I read this is that the project for the creation of these studies would begin in 2025, not the end result of 2025
Okay,
by 2025.
let me just see, is that exactly how Mike wrote it then? I'm fine with that if that's what it means. If it means that we're gonna make our decision in January, that's gonna be a little early. It just disappeared for me, so I don't have it up here now.
I'd like to do as quickly as possible. because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That could be effective.
Yeah.
Could we, Mayor Logal, would it be appropriate to take that out and just say as soon as
Yep.
possible?
Make another amendment, Deputy Mayor. Smith.
Well, I hate to.
Through you,
Is it-
Mayor, can we just take out the projected by January, or just take out that projected by and just leave it the process to begin by January 25th?
Because it says hiring of a contractor through the tendering process. So that to me sounds like you're hiring the contractor after the tender's gone out. Do you mean, Mike, somebody that's working on the building, or you mean the contractor being the person bidding on the RFP?
Yes, the RFP,
Okay,
the studies.
so I guess I agree with you then, Emily, that's probably doable then, right?
Okay, all in favor? Carry. Going on to 11.2, pardon me, 11.3, which is another notice of motion by Councillor Ainsworth. It is recommended that council of the corporation of the township of Elmwood, Holloman enact as follows. The council give direction to the senior planner to prepare and send a proposal on behalf of the township of Elmwood, Holloman to the county of Northumberland of suggestions and changes the township would like to see incorporated into the county's official plan before its final completion in the fall of 2024. Mover to seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth. Seconder. Councillor Booth.
For
Go ahead,
discussion.
Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So there's multiple reasons why I put this motion in. And, you know, so right now the province is redoing the provincial policy statement. And, if I'm talking to the MPP's office, they're trying to cut out red tape, which means maybe cutting out some of the things that the county does for the municipality and actually giving the municipality the power to make their own decisions when it comes to land. I want to read a couple things from the new PPS that kind of, and nowhere have I seen anything that talks about upper tier. It's either the province or the municipality. So infrastructure, supply, and capacity. They talk about in encouraging municipalities to undertake long-range integrity infrastructure and planning. Under streamlined planning and framework, speed and flexibility, policy direction to reduce the complexity to increase flexibility and comprehensive reviews, enabling municipalities to implement provincial policy direction faster and easier. And these paragraphs continue on through the new version of it about giving municipalities power to make their own decision. And I believe us as elected officials should be doing that. The county shouldn't be doing that, among other things. So I think it would give us more power to make decisions, somewhere like we did go through today. And get severances done maybe quicker and more efficient, and actually give us time to put our feet on the ground and go and look at some of these areas for proper designation when it comes to, and they talk about that in there also, for property, and everything is oriented towards municipalities. So when the county started their official plan and only offered municipalities the opportunity to come to a public meeting, I thought that was insulting. So we should have been held to a higher standard. They should have come here and did a presentation and give us the opportunity to give them feedback from past history of stuff that's happened with us that maybe we could have corrected on our own. And we weren't allowed to do that. So for us to go to a public meeting and have to not even declare that we're a counselor, which would probably wasn't the whole process. Honestly, I thought it was a little insulting and a little, maybe short vision on their side. So now that the county, is, maybe halfway through their official plan, we still haven't had any dialogue with them, other than public meetings. I appreciate Tracy's, report later on in the agenda. And, but for this motion here is for us to be able to say to the county, we need like, if we're going to even have to worry about the official plan when it comes through now, if that's going to be part of it in the future is, but if it is, we should like to have an if and or but, or anything that comes to do with the municipality, it should say at the end of the paragraph should say Alma Coleman has a final say for our landowner, for our residents.
Is that a provincial policy statement that says that?
The stuff that I'm saying, yes, you can read it. It's got everything in there. It's got nothing to do with county in there.
It does have, you mentioned that, I think you mentioned that the councilors, the elected people should be having the final say.
Well, that's what they're saying in there. Everything that and there's some more here that I could read through, but I don't want to take up too much time, but I probably got 5 or 6 different statements there that I could read that literally it says municipalities, right?
I guess my only comment is the county doesn't go without elected officials making the final decision either. You know, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. But
I mean, they're
when it-
taking a recommendation.
Right.
Their staff. And I guess my other question is, when is this official plan and the provincial policy statement going to come into effect with the new changes?
Well, sorry, John, but there is versions online right now on their website. I don't know if they're fully done it, but I mean, the versions are there.
I don't think they've done it, but I could know.
Through the mayor, that's a draft document that would require approval through the provincial government. And it's policy direction. I think it's also important to understand that the Planning Act is the legislative document that outlines how planning occurs within the province. So it lays out the fact that there are a lower tier and an upper tier system in some jurisdictions. And I think the policy intention when it refers to municipality is not necessarily referring to lower or upper tier municipalities. It's speaking as like a blanket that the municipalities are responsible for implementing those policies, and through the just the way policies are implemented, they usually come down from provincial policy statements, like what you're referring to, the various provincial plans, like the growth plan and the Oak Ridges Moraine plan, and the county's project for updating their official plan was to do, a lot of it is to do with implementing the growth plan policies. So typically, you know, the upper tiers are implementing those policy directives from the province, and then we typically follow suit. And usually at a county or regional level, it's more high level. And then at the local level, we're able to drill down and refine those policies to a local context, if that helps.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I agree, Trace. And so here's another little paragraph. This is the proposal. So this is their kind of start of it all. So they said the intended outcome of this review is to determine the best approach that would enable municipalities to accurately and develop of housing and increase housing supply, including rural houses through more streamlined provincial-wide land use planning policy framework. So again, municipalities, right? So
There's 444 municipalities.
exactly. Yeah.
They're made up of lower, regional, upper, et cetera.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that we are elected officials and we should be making decisions for our residents. If we want to go out and get information from other identities, be it whoever, Great, but we should have the final say.
We do have funds.
We don't use it.
Who has funds?
We should.
No, I say who does have?
Well, to me right now, it seems like the county does.
Go ahead, please. You have a comment? Yeah. Okay. Was the county is made up of elected officials too, Mike?
No, I believe that, John, but I understand that. I'm just saying that if we can't walk down a side road and go, yeah, there's no way that that land is agricultural land. There's no way that that land or that stream is a runoff to Shelter Valley Creek when it's 3 miles away. Right? Those kind of things that create more issues for our landowners.
I don't know what to say here.
Well-
What do you want to do then?
I just want us to send some feedback collectively back to the county to say that we want a paragraph in there, however that paragraph may read, that we have the final say for our residents. They work for us, we don't work for them.
Yeah, just to also point out, like, the Planning Act requires decisions made by council to conform to the provincial policies. So if there's policies that say a natural heritage feature needs to be looked at and protected, we rely on experts to evaluate that. I wouldn't go out and have a look at a field and necessarily know if something is requiring protection without getting expert advice. If decisions start to be made that go against those policy directives, which are legislated under the Planning Act, then you're not making decisions that are necessarily in keeping with the law of the Planning Act.
Go ahead.
I agree with her statement. Getting out and looking at it ourselves and making that decision with the Planning Act.
Anybody else have any comments? And are we dealing specifically with the road plan that the county is put out for proposal? Is that what you're discussing with?
Well, I'm just saying their official plan. It has multiple levels, right? Like,
And the one that they presented so far, that was a public meeting, was the growth plan. And it stated that we're gonna get not that much, small amount of increase in Elm than any other place. Correct? And that's a bit of a concern to me because we're still having to pay for the services, but
well, through you, Mayor, honestly, I don't agree with that either. I don't agree that it's their decision to tell us what to do with our township and the property.
but I don't think it's them, it's the province that's telling.
No, it's not,
Mayor
in my
Lobo,
opinion.
Yes.
could we call the vote on this, please?
It's been moved and seconded by.
Councillor Ainsworth,
Pardon me,
Ainsworth and Booth.
Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Councillor Booth, that the council give direction to the senior planner to prepare and send a proposal on behalf of the township of Elm to the county of Northumberland of suggestions and changes the township would like to see incorporated into the county official plan. Its plan before its final completion in the fall of 2024. Moved and second. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated.
Unbelievable. Really, we're elected,
Whoa, 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 whoa,
no,
whoa.
we're elected officials, John.
I know what the county, or pardon me, this group has made a decision, Mike, and you're not happy.
Bad decision.
Well, that's your opinion.
It is.
But it is what council decided. And council decided that this is what they wanted to do. And if it's not supporting, I'm sorry. That's
No,
what council's
that's
decision
okay.
is. And that's enough. Okay, moving on to motion to receive committee reports. The agenda items 12.2 to 12.3 on the July 23, 2024 municipal planning regular council meeting agenda be received for information. 12.2 is the Ganaraska Regional Conservation Authority minutes of June 20th, 2024, and the Lower Trent Conservation Authority minutes of June 13th, 2024. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have 13.1 Northumberland County Official Plan Update, Growth Management, PLN 2024-51 Northumberland County Plan Update, Growth Management for the 23rd of July, 2024. The council received report PLN 2024-51 Northumberland County Official Plan Update regarding growth management for information. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor or Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Tracy, do you have any comments?
Through the chair, if you'd like, I can provide an overview or I can just address questions if you like.
You can give us a quick overview.
So back in 2021, Northumberland County initiated a multi-year project to update their official plan. The update addressed provincial legislative requirements and updates to provincial planning documents. The update consists of a series of amendments to the Northumberland County official plan as follows: the natural heritage system, urban settlement area system, and the agricultural and rural system. There's been a series of consultations and public meeting held this year on the urban settlement area system. The natural heritage system was approved in December of 2021 and is currently with the Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval. Through the growth management or urban settlement area system, the amendment is proposed to allocate population, employment, and housing forecasts to municipalities. It's they're looking at expanding the Port Hope urban area to accommodate forecasted employment and community uses. There is expansions proposed to Grafton's rural settlement area to locations in response to requests made by the township and property owner. There's a proposed expansion to Codrington and modifications to the boundaries of Campbellford and Hastings urban area. And there's modifications proposed to a number of the rural settlement areas to match up with existing and potential development areas. We have prepared a summary which is attached to the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
First of all, thank you. This is an important communication tool between the county and our municipality. I do have two questions, and let me make sure I'm in the right one. So we're 775 units from 2016 to 2051, and that averages 22 units per year. And I'm just wondering where we are, so 2016 to 2023, and how many are currently proposed through the various plans of subdivision. So just sort of where are we on those numbers?
Okay, and I just want to address questions through the mayor and council. I want to thank the planner at the county who provided some details to help with this question. Between 2017 and 2023, it looks like the average was about 40 new units for
40?
yeah. And that there are currently about 163 units in the pipeline in terms of the subdivisions that have been approved. And it's important to point out that these are forecasts and not targets, so that if we don't meet the 20 units or we exceed the 20 units, it's not meant to be a target, it's a forecast only.
Go ahead, Mayor Catherine. You have a
So
second.
my second question was based on those numbers. So that's just over 200 units. And if we're looking at the 5-year period, it would be 110 units. So we are in line to exceed the proposed numbers. So is it necessary for us to expand the Grafton boundary at this time to meet those targets over the next 5 years? I'm just thinking at the public meeting, there were a number of residents that were not happy with the Grafton expansion, and I'm just wondering if during the upcoming 5 years, if I'm listening to those numbers, we're going to meet those targets without needing to expand the boundaries.
Right, and that's it, but the plan is for beyond the 5 years as well, so those units would add to future growth potential. There was some documentation that was provided by the requester for the east side that would support the proposed expansion, and it's noted that those areas are not identified as prime agricultural in the mapping that the province put out. And it was also noted that with the municipal water system, which would need to be extended to support any development, there would need to be some confirmation on capacity. So like by adding those to the urban the settlement areas doesn't necessarily mean they're going to develop within the 5-year term. It could be set aside for future development. Thank you.
You go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logal, one of the surprises, I guess, was for a development on the old Danforth past what has already been proposed with Fidelity. And I wasn't just too sure where that property is, if it's abutting the Fidelity property to the east on the north side.
It's for to the south and east, so it's not the property doesn't have frontage on County Road 2. It's set further
Old
to the
Danforth.
south. Yeah.
And I don't, when did that proposal ever come to council?
That proposal didn't come to the council. It went directly to the county as a request to them through the property owner.
And so at this point, if I may, Mayor Local, where does that bring us in? I guess at this point, we're just talking about property boundaries. And then the county would be going by what the province is suggesting, as far as if it would be allowed to expand the hamlet.
So
Is that right?
yeah, there's like earlier, if there are required targets that the rural areas need to meet, so it would be falling in line with the forecasted projections over time.
Thanks. I just did a little bit of calculation in the next 5 years, just what has been approved, we would be looking at about 130 homes. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. So we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favor of the to receive for information? That's carried. Municipal engineering services. This is for PLN 2024-56 municipal engineering services. Report from the 23rd of July, 2024. The council received report PLN 2024-56 municipal engineering services for information. And that staff is authorized to prepare and issue a request for proposal for municipal engineering services. Can I get a mover and a second to bring this on? Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Tracy, you're going to lead us on this one.
Okay, so just to give you a bit of an overview, It's currently the practice that we receive quotes from different engineering firms to conduct a review of development proposals. Inspect developments and perform other engineering related tasks on behalf of the township. So what that has resulted in is multiple engineering firms working on behalf of the township. The terms of the agreements in some cases were drawn up by those firms and variance in terms of scope from one project to the next. In our department, we have multiple development applications or subdivisions or site plans that require some detailed analysis. And there could be a different firm on each one of those projects with different levels of scopes and different starting and end points. So there might be one firm retained from the beginning of a project through the planning review all the way to the assumption of the subdivision. And then in the next development, the firm may have been retained to just do the planning review, and then we're having to juggle and figure out who, like, get new agreements set up, and there can be multiple firms to figure out who's working on what project. So it's really, this proposal is to help with streamlining of the work and management from a staff perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So this actual question came up at our last Lower Trent Conservation meeting. And they were basically kind of asking the same thing. So they're gonna come back with a report to the board. Which might be a good idea, if maybe even if we kind of get their feedback already from Rhonda down there. And because they were going to approach it where municipalities could participate in maybe the hiring of a engineer firm that could be used for all the municipalities that sit underneath that watershed kind of thing. So it might be an opportunity just to touch base with them and have the same conversation with them and see if it's cheaper or how it all is gonna work. We don't know yet. They were gonna come back with a report.
Thank you. Also Booth.
Yeah, just two questions, I guess. You mentioned, Tracy, that development proposals, but this also includes like the roads need study, traffic reports and that. So I'm wondering, is there one engineering firm that does all of that? Like somebody that would do development stuff and then they're going to be able to do a traffic study or a roads need study or something? Are we boxing ourselves into, I don't know, whether or not. And I guess the other question would be is if we do say pick, Greg Booth's consulting service or whatever, and I'm already working for one of the developers, wouldn't that be a conflict of interest that we couldn't use me if I'm already been hired by, let's say, the Rose Neath thing up there?
So that's to answer your question. First question, can you just
Is somebody can do a roads need study and somebody can do a development thing? Like is engineering firms can do all of that, or is that more specific?
There are some firms who have those capacities, and there are other municipalities that have taken this approach where they have put out RFPs to get municipal engineering services. So I think there's a benefit to having one firm who can help not just with the planning side of it, but with the public works aspects as well. So there are services out there that might meet those needs. And in terms of conflict, like you can potentially have that now with going to the different firms. Like we have firms who are acting on behalf of the township on one project, and then they're acting on behalf of the developer on a different project in the municipality. So we have to manage the conflicts to make sure that they're not commenting on a project from a municipal perspective and performing work for the applicant. So if they're commenting on an application, they can't take on the work. And so we would have to make sure the agreements were clear in scope and the requirements for service so that they're avoiding conflict.
Yeah, because that would be my concern. Say, I know sometimes you planners, you accept a report from a developer and you say, we're going to have a third party review of it. Well, if the company that we've decided that we're going to go with did that project there, we can't have the same company review it. So then we're going to have to put out an RFP or what? Because we can't have the company that we've chosen review their own work.
That's correct. So we have to manage the conflicts within the terms of the RFP. So that they're aware that if they take on this work for the municipality, that they cannot take on work for applicants.
Okay.
Through your mayor logo, I can see having the same firm because you're not starting back at square one with every project. They have a bit of a background, or they have the background of what you're doing here. So I can see the continuity would be a benefit for sure.
Tracy, what about the fact that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but people charge $150, maybe $250 for an engineer. And they have the engineer do it, and then the other company has a, a president, a vice president, and they all kind of divide it all up. Does it eventually come out to basically the same price, or could it be all over the place?
So I've worked on different projects where we put out, like terms of reference and tenders, and there were, in those cases, they were required to identify the different staff members who might work on a project and identify their hourly rate. And then when they invoice back, they identify who worked on what task and how many hours those tasks equated, so that we would get a total for the work based on the terms of the agreement that had been set up in the beginning. And typically you would include things like providing CVs or like a resume that shows that the people who are doing the work have the right qualifications. And there would be terms in that agreement that would indicate if, a staff person left, that they would provide the information for an equally qualified person who would be taking over that role.
Okay, Mary Catherine?
Yeah, so I went to an expert to ask, which is my daughter, who is a civil engineer, and she does a lot of work for municipalities, and she specializes in water. So to what the Conservation Authority is looking at there, but within municipalities. But in her experience, instead of this, they use a request for qualifications and then have a preferred list, like they roster engineering firms on a preferred list. And this allows them, if it's a specialized skill set that's needed, they know who has that because they have it from the request of qualifications. But it also is very beneficial. They get a call and say, no, we're too busy to do whatever this project is you're proposing. They just go to the next one on the list. But it would save tendering each time. And it's a roster of preferred firms is how they do it in the Ottawa area. But interesting that you've worked in municipalities where they did it differently.
What do you think of that idea, that you have a preferred list? Is that similar or different?
It's a little similar, kind of like how we're dealing with it now. My concern with that process is the management of multiple firms for different projects and at different levels of the project. I'm trying, the whole idea for the proposal is to help at this end to streamline the work. Like I came from a municipality where we actually had an engineering staff person in-house, so we didn't have to go out and do requests for proposals or the request for qualifications, because we had that in-house consistent
Mary Catherine?
review.
I'm just concerned that our contract will be so small that a firm that has enough capacity to do all of the types of engineering we would need, whether it's roads or developments, buildings, traffic, all of those things. If we are going to get a firm that big, this contract is too small to be of interest to them because it would preclude them working for different contractors or developers.
I had talked to staff at Crammy, and I know they have gone through this type of scenario and have been able to successfully retain somebody. If we weren't successful, then we would have to stay with status quo at attracting somebody, but I think it's worth exploring and trying this approach.
I'm gonna speak on behalf of myself, and maybe the council, if you think that's the right way to go, and you want to.
Exactly.
You know, a term of 1 year, 2 years, whatever you think you need, then I think that's what we should do. That, so hopefully we take some of the workload off him and give you a chance to see what's available. Well, that's what I would say.
I would concur with that.
Any further comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. We've gone to, thank you, we've gone 4 hours and 2 minutes. So would you like to continue on for the rest of the
I'll make the motion.
moved by Mary Cotton, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth, all in favor? Motion is carried. Next, we're going on to item 13, Rose Neath subdivision.
Oh, dear.
Proposal for reduced securities, Schoolhouse Road. Council received report PLN 2024-57, Rose Neath subdivision. Proposal for reduced securities, Schoolhouse Road for information, and that the council approve the revised subdivision agreement for Grade J development proposal for the construction of a road on a municipal road allowance designed by Jewel Engineering allowed for the development of 12 hamlet residential lots in Rose Neath, and that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and execute the revised subdivision agreement with Grade J Developments. Madam Treasurer, Planner, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, through the mayor. At the April 25th municipal planning meeting, staff presented a report for the authorization of the mayor and clerk to sign subdivision agreement on behalf of the township for Grade J Developments proposal for the construction of a road to serve the Rose Neath subdivision. At the meeting, the owner's engineer requested 50% security deposit rather than 100% recommended security deposit, and that request was not entertained at the time. The subdivision was registered in 1980 and created 12 lots. The conveyance of the road lands have already been done through that registration to the Almost Township. The subdivision remains undeveloped and the owner has not yet signed back on the subdivision agreement that was approved on April 25th of 23. The owner, Eric Brookings, with his engineer, Brian Keane, and the mayor and myself met in June, and the owner had expressed concerns with providing 100% securities and noted other municipalities in the area were more flexible with their requirements. At the meeting, it was requested that the consideration be made again for accepting 50% securities. Staff suggested that the request be formalized and for consideration by council. The owner had provided a written request in July of this year. The request provides a summary of other area municipalities indicating that many accept 50% securities for on-site works. All require 100% for off-site works. And the letter had proposed a unique idea of rolling securities that would require the developer to provide 100% securities for a portion of the work. Once that portion was accepted by the municipal engineer, the security would be rolled over to the next stage of development for which 100% securities would be available. We reached out to the municipal solicitor, engineer, and the deputy chief building official on the request for changes to the securities. The solicitor did recommend 100% securities for any works assumed by the township, including roads. They pointed out that it may be appropriate in some instances, but there are certainly situations where works are already in progress and need to be completed. Once the plan is registered, it was pointed out that lots are created and conveyable. In this case, the road lands are already owned by the township and would be considered off-site works. A subdivision agreement is not applicable law under the Building Code Act, and despite provisions in the subdivision agreement restricting the availability for a building permit until certain works are completed, can be difficult. Ultimately, whether council wishes to reduce the amount of securities from 100% is a decision for council to make, depending on their comfort level and the risk to the municipality in having to complete infrastructure works without full funding to do so. The solicitor provided revised clauses to incorporate a staged performance guarantee system. The concept would see $350,000 lodged on execution of the agreement, and each stage would have authorization to commence work requirements. Subsequent stages wouldn't be allowed to start until completion was issued for the prior stage. The reduction in the performance guarantee and maintenance guarantee are triggered only after stage 3. The solicitor advised that that approach didn't have a lot of teeth. The clause for enforcement would need to be added during the stage 1 and could result in a shortfall on funding to complete the balance of the work. Through discussions with the engineer for the municipality, it was noted that the proposed stage performance guarantee may work. However, they noted that there was overlap in the work required between the different stages, and the estimate would require revision. It was suggested that accepting 50% security for the development may be in fact low risk, since it's a rural subdivision that is not connected to other developments in terms of services. The amount of off-site work is limited in terms of restoration works, and the proposed stage performance guarantee would add extra administration and tracking complications. Since the subdivision agreement is not considered applicable law under the Ontario Building Code, and there's not a holding zone provision to be lifted from the zoning on the subject lands, it's important to understand the works that are required prior to the issuance of a permit. The deputy building official advised that the Ontario Building Code does require that the road be constructed to a point that would provide emergency services prior to the issuance of permits. This is acknowledged within clause 32A of the attached subdivision agreement. Those works will include all works listed under items A and B, and items C3 and C4 totaling $327,540, which is less than the 50% proposed requirement. The risk to the township is greater where permits were issued and new owners will need access to the completed road. Since the agreement and the building code requires the majority of road works to be completed, almost half the required works will be complete. Should the developer walk away from the project prior to the point of permit issuance, the road is not required, as it is not connected directly to the road network, and other developments are not reliant on it. Should the owner walk away from the project after the agreement is complete, subsequent owners would be obliged by the terms of the agreement as it's registered on title. The township can choose to draw down on securities to complete the outstanding work. If permits are not obtained, there may be a desire to do so. There may not be a desire to do so, as that would possibly require pulling funds from the reserves. Should permits be issued, the development would have reached a point where there would be adequate funds in the securities to complete the work. Therefore, we're recommending the requested 50% securities be included in the subdivision agreement.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks.
Just to give you a little bit of history, I've met the gentleman that owns this year and a half ago. And he had bought the property about a year ago, planning on development. He tore down a lot of trees that were on the property. He could build a road in there. And then about, I'm gonna say March of last year, he came to me and said, we do this all over the place. And instead of getting 100% of the money that need for the road, we normally pay half. And so when I approached the former planner, it was her opinion that wrong thing to do. She did check a couple of, my understanding, she did, check a couple of, local municipalities, and they said, no, we wouldn't touch that. You don't have to do that. And so subsequently, after he was told that, it's sat for a year, basically at least a year, maybe a little bit more than that. And he was trying to, I think he was actually trying to sell the property. That being neither here nor there, he did come to Tracy again with his Jewel Engineering as consultant, and we met with them and they made up this proposal. So that's basically the history that I have on it. I think that my impression of the guy is he's pretty honest and he is not a fly by nighter. He's built lots of subdivisions. He's currently building much bigger ones in Hastings in that area. And you know, the township, pardon me, the county, the province needs houses, the township needs houses, the county needs houses. And as long as we're not putting ourselves in any major risk, I think it's a good thing. I guess I didn't read the motion. Oh. 13. Oh. Rose Needs subdivision proposal. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't read it.
No.
Rose Needs subdivision proposal for reduced securities, Schoolhouse Road. Does everybody know where Schoolhouse Road is? The council received report PLN 2024-57 Rose Needs subdivision proposal for reduced securities, Schoolhouse Road for information, and that council approved the revised subdivision agreement for Gray J Development proposal for the construction of a road on a municipal road allowance designed by Jewel Engineering, allowing for the development of 12 hamlet residential lots in Roseneath, and that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration to authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign and execute the revised subdivision agreement with Gray J Developments. Mover and a second. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth. Seconder. No seconder.
I just need a bit of clarification,
Okay, so you're seconding it?
to get it on the floor.
Yes.
Okay. I'll
Seconded
second
by
it.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Stoll. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So I read all this. So Tracy, through your mayor logo, you're suggesting 50% instead of 100. What would the dollar figure be on that? You've got the I seen the 350.
It would be 352, which is included in Schedule J, I believe, of the agreement that's attached.
So, and he wants to pay 50% of that instead of 100.
Well, the 100% would be over 700,000.
Okay. I guess one of the issues I would have as a developer, if I can't come up with 700,000, it kind of gives me a bit of a red light sort of thing to say, is it going to be a struggle along the way to come up with the money if he does run into problems?
So the requirement would be that he would post securities for 352,000. So the 704,000 would be 100%, which was in the agreement proposed last year. So we're proposing 50%. He wouldn't be able to get the building permits until he's done at least 50% or close to 50% of the work. Anyway, so he would have to go in and start work on the road before he could even pull a permit. So if, once he gets to the point of getting permits issued, we would have more than 50% of the outstanding works in securities, so that if he did walk away, we would be able to draw down on those securities to complete the work.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Councilor Ingram.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So are we gonna use that to roll over from stage to stage, like he talked in here? Or are we just gonna, it's just a flat out 50%? And,
The recommendation is flat out 50%.
okay,
The rolling securities was an interesting creative proposal, but when our engineer looked at it, he noted that there were overlaps in that proposal, so some of the works in stage 3 would need to be done to be able to complete stages 1 and 2. I could be making the wrong, that's an analogy, so it would have to be really looked at with a fine tooth comb to get that proposal to work. And just, you know, and discussing it and looking at it, that road doesn't connect to anything. So if it was partially complete and we didn't have the funds available, would it have an impact? It doesn't, the road doesn't lead to anywhere or connect to anything. So there would, looking at this site on its own merit, the risks are different than if you were to look at another development that had more interconnection, like stormwater management pond that has connection to other, you know, water courses or something of that nature. I think the proposal was recommended not as a standard, only on a unique scenario.
so we're just typically worried about the off-site construction of it?
Right, in this case, the works remaining are technically off-site because
Okay.
the lands were already dedicated to the township way back in 1980. So if you were, you know, looking at it from an off-site, on-site work, the majority of the work for this development is off-site.
But do we have any history on this contractor for walking away from stuff?
I'm not aware of any
Okay,
situations where there's been an issue. In my experience, I've worked with development applications for a number of years, and it's rare that we've had to draw down on securities.
okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Councilor Wu.
I guess 2 questions, or the first question is, when we allowed Glens of Atron to go ahead, we asked for 100%.
That's correct.
So I guess my thing here is we shouldn't be changing. We had feedback from our solicitor saying that we should be getting 100% security for anyone. Why would we go against what the lawyers asked us? I have the same concern sort of with what the deputy mayor is. If you're a developer and you're going in there, and you don't have the capability of bonding $700 and something thousand, kind of gonna work. And I don't want to mix up that it's gonna be our responsibility, but depending on what stage, if we did walk away from it, that we're gonna be responsible. And I don't think it's fair that the taxpayers should be on the hook for somebody that is a company that's running a profit, that we should be the one that might be on the hook for it. And about the rolling thing, like you said, Tracy, the solicitor said there's no teeth in that either. You can't enforce that type of thing. So I'm not in favor of this at all. I've sold and bought the property. You knew what the rules were, and to protect the taxpayers, I think we asked for 100% on everything like we always have.
Although, go ahead.
You mentioned looking for creative solutions, and I'm wondering, this was brought forward at a time when it was 2-acre lots were the norm, and that would give us 12 residential units, but more, could we make this smaller? We now have 1-acre lots allowable. That would be 24 units. I know that in your report on April 30th on housing, to entertain the idea of where applicable for duplexes, triplexes, or quadplexes. So some interesting opportunities might be there for intensification for this developer, making it a better, more appealing for them. And I do want to emphasize that Roseneath has been a place where workers and can afford to live. And I would like to see Roseneath continue to be a place where workers can afford to live. So intensification would fit with the existing hamlet.
Thank you. Comment on that?
Because the plan of subdivision was approved so long ago, I believe the lots are already less than 0.4 hectares, which is less than an acre, because they were approved in the 80s. So they are smaller lots than what would typically be approved today. So I think the, by nature of when those lots were approved, may accomplish some of what Councillor O'Neill was speaking to in terms of having smaller lot sizes.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, what Greg is suggesting is that we don't do anything, we leave it the same as, Lindsay Antrim. We probably aren't gonna get any development there. We haven't had any development of any kind in Roseneath in the last 10, 15, 20 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's going to give us $390,000 for to put away, and that remains there until did you draw down on that? Did we draw down on the $390,000?
It would be $352,000, and you can only draw down on it based on the terms of the agreement. So if they got to a certain point where they walked away and stopped doing the work, the security's in place, then we could draw down on it to finish the work.
So there's always going to be $350,000 there until he's got more than that work done.
That's correct.
And if we did walk away with, give us the $350,000 and walked away and didn't do anything, the $350,000 is sitting there.
That's correct, and council could determine whether they wanted to do the work and use the security and then top it up with funds in the reserve, or the road doesn't lead to anywhere else, so
Just sits
you
there.
make a decision maybe to just let it sit as is.
So the taxpayer is really not doing anything unless we go ahead and do some more work. Correct? Go ahead. Councilor.
I don't think what you're realizing though, if people have purchased these plots and everything in the development and then he walks away, those 12 people are going to come to us. And I just want to read one other thing here. It says ultimately, whether council wishes to reduce the amount of security from 100% is a decision for council to make depending on their comfort level with the risk that the municipality may be in a position to having complete infrastructure work without full funding to do so. Our solicitor is telling us, do you want to accept that responsibility? That it could be that $350,000 is not enough, and then what do we do? Are we putting taxpayers' money into that to finish it? Because 12 people that purchase those lots are sure as anything going to come here and say, you allowed it, why did you? And I'm not saying it's going to happen. This guy's running a business and he's making money.
Did they get a building? Did they buy a lot of the building permit?
I don't know, the one that's up here, are they purchasing those already, Tracy?
Well, it's for the example, the lots are already registered, so it is potentially, they could sell those lots today. They're individually created lots. It would be whether or not a permit can be issued is the question.
Mayor Logo, I was just thinking, if I may, the difference between Glens of Antrim and this property would be, you mentioned, Tracy, that, Glens of Antrim, the Roseneath Road, if it never did get finished, there wouldn't be any lots up there, so there would be no need for the municipality to finish the road, whereas Glens of Antrim, where you wanted 100, or they wanted 100%, that was because the road was going in between two other roads. Was that correct?
Well, and
Or
in
was
that
there any
case,
thought?
there were storm water management ponds, a little more complex of a development.
Mhm,
And it was water system. So, as well.
mhm.
The street lights there.
The street lights are there.
So just for clarification then, Mr. Mayor, so those lots could be sold. And then that's what I'm saying. These people are gonna come on the hook to us, no different than Glens of Antrim. If you didn't finish that road, yes, it meets two roads, but it's in between there. If we didn't take over the road, we wouldn't care whether we filled it, whether we finished the road or the lights or this or that. But sure as anything, the people that bought those lots are gonna come to the township if something happens to say you accepted less than the money. I just don't see why we would take on the financial risk for somebody that's making money out of this.
I will make one other comment. I would expect that this guy is with building subdivisions with many more lots on the currently is talking about here. He's got an awful lot of money to tie it up, and he just wants to keep cash flow. I don't know that, but I expect it. Anybody else want to make a comment? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Moving on. Asset management update 2024. It is recommended the council of the corporation of the township of Alderman enact as follows. The council received report PW 2024-02 asset management update 2024 for information. Mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Discussion? Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
The CAO. The background here, I'm not quite sure, is this telling us that the July 1st, 2024 date, we have met all the obligations? Because it says the township of A&H had the asset management plan completed by infrastructures and was prepared to meet the obligations. So did we meet the obligations for July 1st, 2024? Because then at the bottom, Dave, it says legal non-compliance with regulation 0.58817.
Through your mayor, we met them.
Okay, so I guess it's sort of confusing the way you read the report then. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
So I was looking for our asset management plan, and we don't have a concrete document of that. And what I found was when it was originally came forward, and it's looking like it was back in 2021. And I'm just wondering if there is an updated version. That was a working document. It was prepared by a consultant, but it was to be an ongoing updated document. And I'm just wondering if that is available to council and where.
The answer is coming. Just a minute.
Oh.
And I'll make a quick comment, kind of what you're saying, Mary Catherine. I did see the county one a couple of weeks ago. For July 1st, and they outlined pretty clearly all of the different specifics and what commitment and what plans they have in the future. So I think it's a reasonable request, and if staff can get that, that'd be appreciated.
So Sue has indicated that it does not need to be updated yet, so I've asked her, when does it? It was 2021, correct, Councilor O'Neill?
Oh. Receipt for information. Does anybody want to make any additions?
Yep.
I guess I would like to see an update as Mary Catherine has suggested.
It's every 5 years it needs to be updated. Thank
There
you.
were timelines on there as well. It's three-part. I'm going to send what's there to everyone, so at least we've got a starting point.
So can we see an update? Or is it? Well, can we get an update from 5 years ago? Or 2000. So this is up to done 2026, if that's it.
Yes. So it's due again in 2026. Yeah. And when did you do an update? Yeah. You're saying there's some five. Okay. Sure. Thank you. The update has to be done by 2025.
That's for July 2025. Correct?
It's not one right now, so.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried.
Sorry, Mayor Logan, I'm a little slow on the uptake today. I'm just reading here that the July 1st of 2022 was roads, bridges, culverts, water, wastewater, and stormwater management systems. And then July 1st of 2024 is all other municipal infrastructure assets. So we should then be seeing something for our buildings. Is that correct? Because they weren't in the one from 2022.
Was it building and wasn't there equipment as well?
Right, that's what I am understanding, that it was anything not covered in 2022 should be covered by July 1st of 2024. I'm reading from I think we need a little more detail.
So appendix A. Here's your capital plan for your business.
And I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen that.
It's right in the report.
We were just given one.
Sorry, it's in the report, it's on the website. Oh, so Mary Catherine just shared it with everybody, but it's on the website. Asset management plan, 2021, so the asset management plan that was posted on the website is titled 2021 to 2030. So it needs to have its update, which will be next year, and yes, still things in infrastructure.
Is it sent individually or it's on the website?
It's on the website and Mary Catherine's still over the rest of the council.
Okay. Thank you. If we have any more questions, we'll be able to look at them. All in favor?
We already did all of them.
Okay, next we're going on to sand server purchasing. The council received report F1 FIN 2024-0203 sand server purchasing for information, and the council authorized the mayor and clerk to award RFP number P01-2024 supply and delivery of sand servers be awarded to CDW Canada Corp. A value of $40,156, $158.46 plus HST And that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute a purchase agreement with CDW Canada for the supply and delivery of sand servers. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Somebody going to tell us a little bit, give you any more information? Go ahead, Dave.
So this was part of the IT upgrade that Nicole had brought to council as part of the budget process. And this was money that council had already approved in theory or in the larger amount, the bigger picture. And so this is part of it. This is the replacement of the servers within Grafton here. So that there isn't really much to it. We're under the procurement bylaw, we're obligated to bring this amount back to council, and that's why it's been put.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion's carried. Next one is purchase new tandem axle cable cab and chassis truck. The council received report FIN 2024-04, purchase new tandem axle cab and chassis truck for information, and that council authorized the mayor and clerk to award RFPT number T 01-2024, supply and delivery of our new tandem axle cab and chassis truck with one-way plow wing and all-season combination dump body / spreader to Winslow Vermolli Motors Limited, a value of $390,882 plus HST. And that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration to authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign and execute a purchase agreement with Winslow Geronimo Lee Motor Limited for the supply and delivery of one new tandem axle cab and chassis truck with one-way plow wing and all-season combination dump body spreader. Mover and second. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion?
You go first.
Go ahead.
You may answer my question and what you were going to say, but if, go ahead and then I'll.
Go ahead. Your council.
Anyway, it was just that, again, this is a very high, 400,000 almost, and we only had one bid come in. And so I'm concerned about the process that's leading us to end up with only one bid. And I know that we talked at a previous time about how Good Roads has all of those suppliers there. And it's very important that we're sending people to those trade shows and making those relationships, because I don't feel we should be spending 400,000 with only one bid.
Thank you.
I do through your mayor. So the 400,000, the truck specs that this township is going out for are not, they're not significant specs. So meaning that they're more on the cheap side, meaning that we're not buying the Cadillacs of the fleet. We're buying what we need. When you get into these types of trucks and tandem axle, you're pushing more $500,000 today. So that was one thing. The other thing is, for an overall update to council, that this still leaves us one truck short of our plow complement for our routes. And I know Councilor Booth is nodding, and he'd be able to provide a little bit of information there. There was money put in the budget in 2021 when this started. There was money put in the budget in 2022. The truck that we are supposed to be delivered, that was supposed to come this June, is now coming in November. That truck went to procurement 3 years ago. So I've asked Aaron to look at our reserves and try to find out where the money that was budgeted each year went to. And so this RFP, this truck here, we're anticipating delivery by February potentially, but it still leaves us one unit that we need to get. So Aaron, could you give council an update on what was budgeted for 2024 in equipment capital? And also if you have any information as to what we might have in reserves from years past with respect to what was budgeted?
Yes, I can.
As of right now, $620,000 is sitting in the budget for, from reserves for capital items. This is to purchase, a truck in 2024, including 350,000 truck delivery plus 20,000 for Rosemead Public Works renovations. As I'm looking back, as we haven't closed 2023, I don't have actual numbers. But from notes, from 2023 budget, it looked like $575,000 was moved to cover the remaining costs of some contracts for the shop that was built. 300,000 was put in for the Kim truck and one water truck at 24,000 and a steamer at 25,000. So without knowing spent fully in 2023, I do know some items were transferred, like the water truck from fire. I do not know if the steamer was purchased. I have to go and do some further research on that. But that's what are looking at it.
Okay, so in conclusion of that, as we need to get our 2023 closed, obviously, and council can expect that staff will be coming back with another report in the fall, with an update as to what exactly we do have and if there's an opportunity for us to purchase the remaining plow unit that we need.
So this one for the $390,000. Have we got one yet this year already? We haven't received that one yet.
No, the one that was supposed to come in June is now coming in November.
That's this.
No, this one here, that one was what was procured 2 or 3 years ago. What is coming now is the one from what's coming in February is the RFP that just went in. We're no longer waiting 2 and 3 years to get our units. They're now being able to deliver them in 8 to 10 months.
But even with this one coming in,
We're still one short,
still one short.
Yeah. but we have to be able to find and prove the finances before we can carry on and ask council to spend more.
Which could put us in a pickle, but that's what we're here for.
That is the risk.
Okay, any further questions or comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Then we're going to move on to communications. Motion to receive communications. Recommended the council of the Corporation of Towns of Alma, Cullivan enact as follows: on agenda items 20-2 to 20-3 on the July 23rd, 2024 regular council meeting agenda be enacted as follows. And the first one is Association of Municipalities of Ontario regarding joint health resolution campaign, and 20-3 is a proclamation request for the Rail Safety Week, September 23rd to 29th, 2024. I can move it a second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any questions or comments on either one of those?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
back to the last time, I believe we're supposed to receive it for information and then do it. Is that correct, clerk? Emily? Cartledge, sorry.
Yes, that's correct. So if there's any general comments to be made about these, then this now would be the time to make general comments. But if there's a motion to support, that would come at a later time.
Any further comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Is anybody who wants to discuss any one of these items in specifically? Go ahead.
Would like to make a motion that we support the draft council resolution in Appendix A from AMO.
Are you a seconder for that? Second by, excuse me, Councilor Booth. Any discussion? Go ahead.
it is, the physician recruitment committee does feel that this, any kind of, support for rural, or rural healthcare is important that we do that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Any other things you want to discuss of those two? Seeing none, we'll have a proclamation put out. Yep, did a motion, okay. So we need a motion to support, putting out a proclamation for CN rail safety. By your mover to second it. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Bylaws 54-2024, appoint interim chief building official / bylaw enforcement officer. BL 54-2024, appointing Ken Andrus, interim CBO/BEO for 2024-07-23. The bylaw number 54-2024 being a bylaw to appoint K. Andrus as interim chief building official / bylaw enforcement officer, be given us first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 23rd day of July 2024. Did I get a mover in a second? Moved by Deputy Mayor Silver, second by Councilor Ainsworth. Any questions or comments?
He has accepted the position, I take it. I wonder if he should be here, but I guess it doesn't.
For a comment?
Yeah. But you, Mayor, I just wanted to question the bylaw part of it. I guess we're gonna continue to keep that as a title? Or are we leaving it with fire? That's what's going on right now. Yeah.
So through you, Mayor Logal, the bylaw enforcement officer piece of it is underneath the building code. CBOs do have particular bylaws that they are supposed to enforce. So it's related specifically to building code, planning act, and various other pieces in there that they are solely responsible for. So bylaw would still be residing primarily with the finance or with the fire department, and the bylaw division, but this is specific to the building code aspects.
Thank you.
It's specifically that if property standards as an example. And also to be able to enact the bylaw if somebody's building without a permit. So it's covered under the purview of the building official. As it relates to our bylaws.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Joan, did you have a comment?
Oh, I just, I'm glad that he accepted the position and has come on board.
Good, thank you. All in favor? Motion's carried. Bylaw number 55-2024, to execute an agreement with CDW Canada. Bylaw 55-2024, execute agreement with CDW Canada Sand Servers 2024-07-23. That bylaw 55-2024 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and execute an agreement with CDW Canada for the supply and delivery of sand servers to be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 23rd day of July 2024. Then mover and seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Bylaw number 56-2024, to execute an agreement with Winslow Germolli Land Motors Limited. I'm not going to try that one again. 56-2024, execute agreement with Winslow Limited regarding snowplow for 2024-07-23. The bylaw 56-2024 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and execute agreement with Winslow
Geronomy.
Motor Limited for the supply and delivery of one new tandem axle cab and chassis truck with one-way plowing wing and all seasonal combination dumps body spreader to be given a first, second, and third reading and finally passes 23rd day of July 2024. Mover and second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Silver, seconded by Councillor Booth. Discussion? Yes.
As you struggle and I do with this Girolami or, what, is this a regular? This isn't a Ford. I can say Ford. I'm wondering what type of vehicle is it? If I may. Is it?
So it's an international. And the Winslow dealership is our closest one, being that it's in Peterborough.
So it's an international
Yeah,
brand.
so when we have warranty claims, when we have significant repairs, that we don't have to ship the vehicle all over the province, that we can
Okay,
simply go to Peterborough and they are our closest international dealer.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did they modify the truck to make it for our purposes?
It comes ordered that way, it comes built.
Oh, gosh, with the plow on it.
Yep.
Okay. And I think we've been dealing to answer Mary Catherine's concern, we've been dealing with these guys for as long as I can remember. And maybe it is because of that close to having. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Bylaw 57-2024 to amend existing agreement with Ray J Developments regarding the Parker subdivision in Roseneath. The bylaw 57-2024 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and execute a revised agreement with Ray J Developments for the Roseneath subdivision development. Be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 23rd day of July 2024. Move in a second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Silver, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Announcements and notice of motion, I see none. So the next item is closed session. And I'll read the motion. It is that the municipal planning / regular council meeting of July 23rd, 2024 move into a closed session under Municipal Act Section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local employees, and litigation or potential litigations, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipal or local board, or a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipal or local boards. And this is regarding community center infrastructure, property development matters, and staffing matters. Do I get a mover and second? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stoll. All in favor? Motion's carried. Everybody okay?
to call a meeting.
I'll do this one first. The council received 3 separate reports enclosed, and the staff will proceed as directed during the closed session. Do I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. That bylaw, confirming bylaw number 58, 2024. Confirming bylaw that the bylaw 58-2024 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the municipal planning regular council meeting held on the 23rd day of July 2024, and to authorize its execution be given a first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 23rd day of July 2024. Mover and a second. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. Discussion? All in favor? And I will just announce the council will not be meeting for a regular meeting during the month of August. However, if there's a need, we would be able to call a special meeting, but we're not expecting one. And the final motion will be a motion to adjourn with the municipal planning regular council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024, be adjourned at 3:43 p.m. Mover and a seconder, moved by Deputy Councilor O'Neill and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We will see you on the 30th.
Well, we got it one more